They call him the Traveler. A soldier from another world. Faster, stronger, braver than any this island has ever known. They say he bears a curse, doomed to travel from dimension to dimension, fighting tyranny, searching for a cure to take him home. But you took us from our families. You should be scared that he comes for you. And one day, he will choose someone to take his place. Will it be you? They call him the Traveler, a soldier from another world. Faster.
Hey! Welcome back to the Free Fire MCP League Stages here. Week number 1, day number 2. My name is ICBaby12. Join with me, the lovely, pretty Danny is going to be explaining some interesting facts for you guys today here. But nevertheless here, Danny, yesterday's matches, we saw exciting matches all the way through. Today's game, what are we going to be expecting here?
Well, yesterday was pretty much a testing ground for all the teams to get a feel of how everyone was going to be playing. Play styles are starting to get unfolded, and also teams experimenting with their drop zones as well, because of course it's just week 1, day 1. Now that we're going into day 2, we've already seen a little bit of how these teams play. Now we're going to start seeing teams adapt. And we've also got a little bit of a difference as well, because we're no longer going to be playing on Kalahari. Today it's going to be Purgatory Day.
Yep, speaking of Purgatory as well here, none of the teams have a lot of information to begin with as well. So teams who adapt the quickest here is going to excel as most as well. And speaking of the teams that adapted the most here, yesterday's matches here, we saw a lot of interesting plays here. Legend Rumble was one of the teams that really kind of came out of nowhere here and started popping off in the leaderboards as well. So what are your thoughts on that?
I think it's actually really cool to see that teams that weren't actually qualifying from last season actually topped the leaderboard coming into day 1. Now the thing is, we need to ask ourselves, is this going to actually maintain itself over the course of the tournament? Because a trend that we saw during last season was that some teams will actually play rather poorly during the first half because they're still trying to get the synergy going. Maybe they're trying new strats. It's very early in the season. You can pretty much do whatever you want right now. But then as you keep playing, it starts to become more serious and teams get better. And I think a really good example was that yesterday we saw Supreme Assault Forces they were very low on the leaderboard. I do believe they were either last or second last. But last season, it was actually quite similar. They played rather poorly during the first half of the season, but they caught up as we played their matches. So they might be able to catch up. We can't count any teams out as of yet.
Yep, before we begin as well here for those guys competing as well, this is going to be on the point system for you guys here, where the teams are competing for this points here, as you can see on the screen as well. First, the place here with the Booyah is going to give themselves 12 points in total for placements here and 1 point per kill. So a lot of teams may prioritize a little bit different in terms of strategy here. They may be kill oriented. They may be ratting their way for those points as well. But speaking of rats, there are a couple of interesting rats here. And we've talked a little bit more from yesterday's match in the third game to begin with here. Cobra, from
Baby Argon.
From Baby Argon here, just got so, we were expecting to kind of fall off in the top trees here, considering that we have two big teams going head to head here. But out of nowhere, he swept in one of the rock. He got the Booyah for the team here as a solo player. That was impressive to watch there.
Yeah, I think it's a testament as well to how good Cobra is. I mean, Baby Argon isn't really a team you'd want to be looking down on at all. I mean, they're currently sitting really pretty on the leaderboard so far. So there's always going to be the element where, yeah, there could be one person technically soloing for the team. But at the end of the day, it all comes down to personal skill, and Cobra is a really talented player. You cannot ignore a person like him.
Definitely here. However, for those guys just tuning in as well here, wondering, this could be first time for you guys who's just joining us as well. The teams are going to be competing with this huge trunk pool here in the league stages, of course here. The champion will be walking away with $2,000 here. And as the it goes down here, it gets lesser and lesser. So getting the top spot here is going to secure themselves a huge chunk of the prize pool. And of course, the interesting fact here is that teams are going to be competing not just for the prize pool as well. They're competing for the top 12 spots to actually make it into the playoff there. And speaking of playoffs here, have we seen teams kind of, are they actually focused on the prize pool, or actually they just want to get the top 12 in?
I think if you're one of the teams wanting to go into the second stage, top 12 is going to be your priority. For the teams in the top half, the top 6, I think you're aiming for prize pool because, of course, for them, it's extra money because you're going to get more money on top of that in the playoffs. Whereas for the teams lower down in the brackets, I think you're just focusing on trying to make it to that top 12, because once you miss out, you don't get to play in the playoffs. And I mean, you're missing out on money, you're missing out on an opportunity, and especially experience for some of these teams that are actually new to the scene, because something that people don't really talk about is that when you play in a competitive environment, it's so much different to scrims, right? Scrims, it's casual, sometimes you're playing with friends. You don't get as much experience out of scrims compared to a competitive setting.
Yep, and of course, we'll get a little bit more into that later on as well here. For those joining here, this is pretty much the schedule here on the screen for you guys here as well. Group A is going to go up against Group B to start things off for today's match here. The first two games is going to be in Purgatory and also Bermuda. And right after that, we're going to be seeing Group B going up against Group C. And to end things off here, we're going to see Group A go up against Group C. So pretty much we're going to be seeing a lot of Purgatory and Bermuda. If you're a fan of Kalahari, I'm sorry, you gotta watch yesterday's games.
Or you could just wait till next week, because we're gonna get a lot of Kalahari next week.
Yeah, we're gonna be playing a total of 6 weeks on top of that as well. So teams have a lot of time to kind of strategize here as well. Here, as Danny did mention as well, the first few days might be things that we're gonna be seeing teams testing their waters here. So I would say we did see a glimpse, a lot of glimpse here from the teams coming from qualifier teams here. They're hungry for those points as well. Getting those Booyah was something that is very important for most of the teams here. And surprise enough, we have not seen a single team take 2 Booyahs yet, especially coming from yesterday's game. So there's 6 different teams with 6 different Booyahs here, which we're going to be talking a little bit more into the teams here and how they actually journeyed their way in the first game. But before that, let us introduce here, for those guys just joining us as well, do not know who the teams are. These are going to be your teams that's going to be competing here. We saw brilliant moments coming from AB Ligers, because they were one of the teams that actually got the Booyah themselves here, Danny.
Yeah, absolutely. A really, really awesome team to follow through. But of course, we've got Awesome as well. That's going to be playing in the tournament, followed by Steady Squad. This is another team that actually came in from the open qualifiers. We also have Watch and Learn. That's going to be playing in Group A. And then now into Group B, we've got Geek Fam. I know a lot of players are actually keeping their eye on this team because they are technically the favorites.
Yeah, speaking of favorites as well, we saw a lot of moments coming from them in yesterday's matches here. We saw a little bit ups and downs, a couple of top 3 finishes here, but however, they just couldn't seem to close up the game here. So inconsistency might be a factor for them, I guess, or is it just still like a strategy? Hide your strategies, rat your ways into the playoffs and then just destroy everyone.
They just could be the team wanting to experiment. I mean, it's not like we can go into the team's heads and ask them directly, you know, like, what are you guys doing? Because
actually, on second thought, we can actually do that there, you know. we can kind of give a phone call to Big Fam, you know. Maybe. Later. We got to do it here. And of course, FastQ MY here with a lot of interesting games as well, because FastQ MY, they were very consistent in terms of getting a lot of points as well for themselves here, but they kind of dropped the ball in one of the games with the Booyah against Cobra here. That was just really unfortunate, especially after taking a big team, a big full commitment fight against Geek Fam yesterday's game, which was phenomenal to watch, but I don't know what was going through their minds. But of course, let's get a little bit more into details here on who the players are here. Ladies and gentlemen here, when I speak about Cobra, he's actually the top fraggers from yesterday's games here. He's got a total of 11 kills by himself. Wow, that's an impressive feat there,
I mean,
Danny.
to be fair, this is not a fluke as well. I mean, considering if you manage to catch the Booyah from Baby Argon, I think you can absolutely understand why Cobra is actually going to be our top fragger for today. Now, for anyone that followed through last season as well, and if you're new to the season, Batman is another figure that you want to keep an eye on. He was one of the top fraggers during the last season, and well, he's in second place, so he still managed to maintain his performance, but this is a guy that you also want to keep an eye on the side of Divinity Esports. And then after that, we've actually got Venom. This is a new contender for our top fraggers. This is not someone from last season.
Yeah, this is, we're going to be paying attention more for Venom for today's games as well here. But Batman, you know, yesterday's moments with Divinity Esports, they had a couple of very interesting plays here. Batman is, I think from previous seasons here, you did mention as well that he was kind of like the sniper role. He's always playing from the back lines here.
But he changed it yesterday, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was like, I'm going to go in, you guys back me up, I'm going to grab these kills. And it was honestly beautiful. I wish my teams would do that, but yeah.
Yeah, he kind of let himself kind of be put in a spot where he kind of baited the team to actually commit a fight with him here. He made so much space for his team to actually kind of destroy the rest of the competition here, which was phenomenal. But of course now, ladies and gentlemen here, let's talk about Freedom Rumble here. This is the top team as of now from day number one here. Out of nowhere, you know, they've been on the radar for quite some time. We saw a couple of top 5 finishes here and there, but could not seem to close out the game as well. Even in the final matches in yesterday's game here, they could have gotten that final Booyah, but Legend Rumble was the one that actually sealed it away from them here. What are your thoughts on that from Freedom Rumble?
Well, I think a lot of it came down to the positioning of that final circle as well, right? I mean, it did end up favoring the other Rumble because, of course, we're talking about 2 Rumbles here. So Freedom, because they were sitting on the high ground, they were on the roof basically. They had to jump down from the roof to try and contest for that final circle. But sometimes when you actually jump down, that's an opening for the enemy to actually tag you out, right? And his teammate, I forgot who it was, but it was 2 versus 2. Jumping down from the low ground, you immediately lose your teammate. You are all alone and you only have the dome and you're up against 2 players. It's really rough. So sometimes the circle just goes against your favor.
True. Sometimes you got to take those risks as well if you want to kind of, you know, style points your way through. At the same time here, Freedom Rumble, very consistent thus far. They've been able to get good placements nevertheless here as well, get very consistent kills here. They might be kill hungry as well here because, you know, we've talked about this in yesterday's game in the point system as well, where kills may pull a big factor throughout the games to come as well in the long run here. However, let's talk about the MVP here. I don't know, and I'm a big fan now here. After seeing Cobra's performance from yesterday here, 4 matches has been played here, total 11 kills here. That's at least 2 KD, maybe 2.5 KD per run here. That was really impressive coming from Cobra. So we are going to be expecting more as well. 3,547 total damage has been done here, 0.72% average headshot here. That's going to be changing a little bit more as the games go by as well. But look at this. Average hit rate of 26.48%. That is a pretty high percentage right there, definitely here.
That's scary. That's essentially 1 every 4 bullets will always land. So got to keep an eye out on Cobra. If you're new to the stream and you didn't manage to catch the games yesterday, we are going to show some highlights of the final Booyah, so you get a little bit of a taste as to what we got to see yesterday. And of course the Cobra scene, I think that's going to turn a lot of heads because if you didn't see it yesterday, you're going to be quite surprised.
Exactly here. And as mentioned as well, when it comes to the meta as well, teams are prioritizing on the double weapons as well. We saw a couple of rifle plays here, but I think there was one interesting moment that I wanted to bring out as well was that AV Ligers, they had this player who kind of clutched their Booyah. They've got 14 kills in that particular round later on. to close it up, they actually used the AWM for that final kill as well, which was not an easy thing considering how close they were in terms of combat as well. But of course, let's take a through towards the our scoreboards here, the overall official scoreboards. As you can see, Freedom Rumble is on the top of the charts here from yesterday's performance after 4 games has been played here. They've got a 0 booyahs. They've got a total of 33 placement points, but look at this, 22 kills in total here. That's gonna be an overall of 55 points there, definitely here. What are your thoughts? I think what you said might have come true here. Kills plays a huge important role here.
Yeah, so during last season, there was a lot of discussion as to whether or not kill points were going to be a huge factor. Some teams looked at placement points being more important, so securing booyahs rather than getting kills. But at the end of the last season, it became very apparent that teams that looked for kills, and also, I mean, if you didn't focus on the booyah, but you focused on kills, even if you finish in the middle of the pack, if you get enough kills, you can contest for first place for that match, just because each kill equates to 2 kills. So 2 points, right? So essentially, if you want to beat a team that's booyah'd, get 10 kills.
Wow, that's pretty a lot. It's pretty hard to actually overcome as well, but we did see AV Ligers do that early on in yesterday's game as well. Not to mention STP was one of the teams that you got to be paying a little bit more attention as well, because like Son of a Gun here, they've not been very kill participating in all these rounds here. They've been focused on the placement as well, and it feels like, you know, just based on the bottom half here, it feels like kills don't really matter that much. But after seeing Awesome, and also who's currently on the top on the second half of the board as well, and also seeing how Freedom Rumble was playing as well, I think that comes to the priority for, or in this case, the objectives for some of these teams here, may be a balance between placement points and also kill points here.
Yeah.
So try not to die early, and probably you'll make it to the next stage here. But before that, let's take a look at the replays here, in case you missed out on yesterday's actions here. And this was one of the first games from yesterday's games here, Danny.
Yeah, so this was Osame's Booyah, and basically this was such a favorable circle for Osame. They were just sitting in the watchtower. It was that last person from Geek Fam that they had to eliminate. This Booyah, on the other hand, this was on Kalahari. This one was a pretty tough one. Now, this circle ended up going towards the top of the hill. So anyone that was actually on the low ground had a big disadvantage trying to actually get into a safer zone. So the clips are super fast. It's a secret movement. This one was the Cobra moment. You had 3 players from Fast Kill MY. All they had to do was eliminate Cobra, but Cobra was so patient. He had so many glue walls that Terrence, I think he described this perfectly yesterday. He just made a maze, and one by one, he just picked off all of his opponents, and that's how he was able to secure the Booyah. Just such patient play. This one's also another crazy play on the side of Kalahari. I swear Kalahari always has the craziest booyahs because it's always based around terrain. And again, this was another circle that favored teams on the high ground, because if you're on the low ground, how are you going to outrun that circle?
Yeah, exactly as well. On top of that as well, and I was talking about the final moments here, right? Like you can see Jaboy, while he was holding the AWM in the final circle as well, he actually clutched it out with the final circle coming in here and taking the booyah for the entirety of the team here. So that was a very phenomenal run for him, considering, like I said, snipers are great for long range here, but at that range, to pull off the final kill, that's a pretty nice style points for them here. And yeah. And that's pretty much the replays here coming from yesterday's Booyah moments as well. I saw a couple of glimpses and moments where I think the second game was really nice to talk about as well, because Views, they were in the running. They did top the overall scoreboard from yesterday's game, but they did not secure the Booyah secure. So it's hard to debate. Is placement points really that important? Or is kills enough to actually just pull you up towards top 12, or maybe even taking the championship title here? Because when you think about it here, Freedom Rumble has got no Booyah.
Yeah,
and you're
that's
number
true.
1.
That's true. But I think the general consensus that we know so far is that teams are putting a lot of emphasis on those kills. Those kill points are very, very crucial. So even if you don't get the Booyah, if you're getting a lot of kills, you're guaranteed to place middle of the pack, maybe even towards the top end. Now, something interesting that we also need to talk about for today, right, is that we're not going to be playing any Kalahari, and a lot of people are going to know that Kalahari is a very tough map to play. Sometimes there's a little bit of RNG involved with the circle, because that map is so high ground centric. If you don't get a good high ground positioning on Kalahari, you're going to have a very tough time, because you become easy targets to get sniped. We're looking at a bit of a different story. Bermuda's fine. I don't think we have to say anything about Bermuda. Purgatory is quite similar to Bermuda. We're not looking at too much high ground action like we did on Kalahari, but it's a bigger map. So I'm wondering how the teams are actually going to adjust to Purgatory. If they're going to play as quickly as they are on Bermuda, or are they going to slow things down a little bit whilst playing on Purgatory?
Well, as much as we can speculate the situation here, today is going to be the first time we're going to be seeing all these teams competing in Purgatory to start things off here. So strategies are wise here. We might be analyzing a little bit more, trying to pick into the hits and minds, or the brilliant minds of all these players later on as well. And I'm looking forward to see some interesting game. We had a couple of slow start in yesterday's game, the first 2 matches here, but third and fourth match was just intense. But today, I don't know, just observing based on yesterday's trend here, no team has gotten 2 booyahs yet. So
today might be the exception. It's a fresh day. We've got 6 more games, and of course the teams are revving to go. And I know I'm excited to see these games too, especially on Purgatory. It's so good to see the teams play on different maps because you start to see what maps teams favor. Last season we had a couple teams that actually favored Kalahari, I believe. Formerly known as No Escape. If anyone remembers the team, yes, you know who I'm talking about. No Escape was one of the teams that actually favored playing on Kalahari. So are we going to see the same thing today where we start seeing trends with teams where this team is going to be strong on Kalahari, this team is good on Bermuda, this team is good on Purgatory?
Yep, I like that point that I actually brought out as well here. Like now, considering that Purgatory is a complete different play style in terms of map here. We saw a couple of aggressive plays coming from yesterday's game in Bermuda. Kalahari is all about the high ground here. So if let's say you're a new audience here, or a new free fly player, you want to learn a little bit of inputs here, what's so unique about Purgatory that, you know, that what kind of play styles are we going to be expecting if you were to be playing in the map of Purgatory?
So in the case of Purgatory, it kind of depends on where the circle ends up landing for the final, the final couple of rounds, right? But there's a lot of terrain to work with, and I know a lot of teams, they love to camp the mountainside because it gives them a wide range of being able to spot out where the enemy is, so that at least you know where to go when the next circle changes. The map is huge as well. So some teams we've seen play on the edge of the map, and they'll actually try to gatekeep as they're closing in towards the center of the circle. That style so far has had mixed opinions from the pros because the general consensus is that teams want to be in the center of the circle at all times because at least they'll be able to sit there, they can camp, and they have the advantage of being able to pick teams that are trying to move into the new circle or at least relocate within to a new zone. So Purgatory's it's an interesting map. It really depends on where the circle ends up landing because we've also had a couple of situations where on Purgatory that circle ends up being in the river and you only got one little place to hide in the river.
That seems like a tough spot and a really bad situation here, considering that circle can be anywhere. Considering that how it is a battle royale as well, considering that, you know, it's free for all, it's up for takings here to third party actor. It happens very often in that regards as well. But now here comes the question here. We saw a little bit of trend coming from yesterday's game. I think the final few moments, the second last game on the first day, we did see a lot of teams prioritizing on compound holding as well, fortifying their positions here to actually
So
sneak their
aggressive.
way here. And I think I think almost the second last of the circle as well, we see at least 10 teams surrounding that final, I think it was Pochinok, in that final circle as well, which was really insane because there was just like so many people just prioritizing the compound. Are we going to be seeing a lot of teams prioritizing the compound, or are we going to be seeing teams prioritizing a lot on edge circle camping, or are we going to see, like you mentioned as well, prioritizing the centralized of the circle here? So strategies may be a little bit different from yesterday's. Now in Purgatory, would that seem to be a similar trend coming from yesterday's games now?
I mean, teams in general just like working within a compound, right? Because you've got a place to hide, at least you've got cover as well in case anyone sees you. And it's a lot harder to penetrate a compound than it is to just storm the open battlefield, right? Because you've got nowhere to hide. So I can understand why teams want to compete for a compound. But there are some situations where if you decide to play on the opposite side, and we saw this yesterday, if you play on the opposite side, nowhere near a compound, just if you find a tree, a bush, a rock, you know, anything to hide behind, no one's going to suspect you're there because everyone assumes that you're trying to take the compound as well. So we could maybe see some sneaky ratty plays from these teams, but again, it also depends on how the teams manage to make it into that final circle. Can they safely rat their way to that final zone.
Well, speaking of which here, there is a saying as well, the most dangerous place in the world might be the safest place to hide in because no one would expect you to be in there here. Wise words coming from Danny as well here. Seeing how they play here, I think that's exactly what happened to Cobra in that match as well. He was all by himself. He avoided his fight all the way through, ran his way to a little cheeky tree and kind of stood by and watched Geek Fam and also I think it was a fast kill MY duke it out, and eventually he took advantage of the situation here because while in the midst of that big gunfight here, I think he laid down a lot of huge nades towards Geek Fam and forcing down to the top 3, but to my surprise, I thought that was pretty much the end of journey for Cobra, but of course, you know, to clutch out in a 1v8 situation, that's not something that anyone can do as well. But if you want to be a pro as well, when the opportunity presents yourself, take it, and he took it, and that's why we're talking a lot about Cobra here. In my case, if I'm pretty much a fan now, just seeing how from yesterday's games. However, it is after all a league coming in towards this tournament as well here. 6 weeks total worth of matches here. Can he keep up and uphold his reputation here after seeing yesterday's performance? What do you think?
Easily. I don't think there's any way that... No, the thing is, Cobra's made it this far. He's made it to MCP again. He was one of the top teams coming in from last season, and he's performing like this already on day one. I mean, how can you doubt somebody like that who's already shown their consistent performance?
Well, I don't know, you know.
Where's the doubt coming from?
Ooh, the doubt is, sometimes people might, you know, I've heard rumors here and there. It might be just a little bit of luck, you know. It might be a little bit of, you know, good fortune in that regards. But of course, as you can see on the screens here, once again, I'm going to show you up because we'll to talk a little bit more on the scoreboards once again here. Freedom Rumble did not get a booyah. They were top here. Baby Gun in a second. Auto knockout. Okay, this is a team we did not actually touch too much of, considering that they kind of had a very consistent placements here. They don't really finish too high in the placement points, but they've been very consistent, like top 6, top 7, top 8 all the way through here. But what are your thoughts on this, dude? How did they make it into a top 3 here?
So Auto Knockout, renowned for looking for kills. This is a team, if you see Auto Knockout, you know that these guys are constantly aggressive, looking for kills. They actually don't really care about placement points as a team, which I find really interesting. Their focus is more about trying to apply that early game pressure so that they're able to not only get points for themselves, but they're also crippling their opponents in the process. So for Auto Knockout to be up here, I'm not surprised. Although sometimes watching them, it's a very topsy-turvy team because, you know, they'll have moments where you just think, oh my god, these guys are so good, and then there'll be other moments where their aggression backfires. And then you just sit there and you're thinking, oh, okay, that was not a good idea.
I agree. So speaking of aggression as well, I think Views is also another team you got to be watching out as well. They didn't get the booyah in yesterday's second game here, but they did get 11 kills in just game number 2 in yesterday's performance. They finished with top 2 here, but unfortunately to say, they've been very aggressive at times here, and occasionally we did see them kind of fall out early in towards the game, where their third game comes by in yesterday's performance. So I don't know, it feels like the points is still not that big of a gap here, except for Freedom Rumble is kind of in the 50s here. The rest of them down from top 2 all the way down towards top 8 here is still pretty close here. But now, I want to bring this up a little bit more here. Divinity Esports and Geek Fam. We saw them finish up top 4 in at least 2 games thus far in yesterday's performance here. What are your thoughts on them? Because they've somehow got placements here, but they can't seem to close out the games here. What do you think it might be RNG involved, or is it unknown factor where there's all these teams that you don't exactly play against each other all that too often, you're considering it is a new season after all?
Well, in the case of Geek Fam, I mean, looking at their score, it's a little obvious with them, isn't it? Their kill points are lacking behind the competition. And so we've already emphasized the idea that teams with a lot of kill points are going to end up higher on the leaderboard because you've got additional points to back up your placement points. It doesn't matter if, imagine Geek Fam, they scored constant booyahs or constant top 3s. If you're not getting kills on top of that, you're actually going to fall behind the competition in the long run, because you need to supplement your placement points with kills as well. Now, I'm not sure how Geek Fam's going to supplement this going forward, if they might try and play a little bit more aggressively, because I do believe they've been a little passive yesterday. So we'll have to see if Geek Fam are able to sort of kick it up a notch and actually try and look for those kills, or worst comes to worst, maybe they'll have to play it a little bit late where they focus more on looting early and then they focus on those kills later. But that style also is risky because if you die during the looting stage and you haven't gotten any kills, then you basically have ruined that match because there's no way of potentially coming back.
Well, that's the thing about GigFam, right? Like in yesterday's performance, the top 4 games, right, as well. In the map of Kalahari, GigFam seems to be running into some trouble here in all the Kalahari maps here because they kind of fell off a little bit too early in Kalahari just because they're constantly getting contested rather early ever since from the flight themselves here. So for them to actually, it feels like a lot of teams are kind of contesting the same places that they're kind of dropping for themselves, whereas in the map of Bermuda, GigFam is kind of looking pretty solid there.
Yeah, maybe GeekFam are going to have to try and reconsider their drop locations for Kalahari. We honestly don't know what the big deal is. Maybe GeekFam have had a bad day as well. I think we said this yesterday. Sometimes these teams just have bad days. So they look like rubbish one day, but then the next day they have a talk, their motivation goes up, the team sort of figures things out. So that might be the case with GeekFam. It could just be a bad day. I think we'll get a better analysis of these teams after today's matches. So at least we get a feel of, okay, what happened yesterday doesn't necessarily mean that's what's happened today.
Exactly. I perfectly agree in that regards as well. And on top of that here, if you guys are still watching at home as well, we are going to be starting our match very, very shortly here. Why don't you guys drop this down a comment here? What do you guys think on the teams thus far are going to be performing here? Who do you think is going to be taking their booyahs for today's games? Down in the comment as well. And who knows, we might actually give away some interesting goodies for you guys as well. Because yesterday we did see a lot of alien code all the way through here. And
it was not alien code, it was just a generic code.
What? I don't know.
I
don't understand the language, man.
gosh.
Who knows? You know, what are we gonna be expecting to get here?
Where are you from?
Well, we are from different universes after all. Here, we did kind of teleport in from an alternate universe, and yeah, you know,
we're not from different planets.
You went to a cat cafe yesterday.
We're not from different planets. We're just getting ported to different places.
I would like to see Ronaldo play during his prime, though. Maybe go back in the past, though. I'm looking forward to that. However, ladies and gentlemen, here our matches are going to be starting very, very shortly as well here. Don't go anywhere because as of now, we're going to be asking our 2 amazing gentlemen up on screen for you guys here. And we've kind of talked a little bit more. Let's take a look at what they actually think about the matches here because they are going to be taking through you guys towards today's games here with Group A and also Group B. Let's welcome Mr. Husky and also Mr. Abstract. But for us, I'm going to go back to the past and see Ronaldo.
I just want to sit down.
Okay, see ya. Bye-bye.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back in. And of course, after a great amount of analysis as well as breakdown of yesterday's game, we are going to be looking at day number 2 of the MCP Majors. And of course, my name is Abstract. I will be your caster today together with Husky.
Yes, thank you very much. A great afternoon, and of course, it's always great to see IC Baby and Danily interact. They have the most interesting banters and conversations. But nonetheless, it is day number 2, and yesterday was, I would say, a pretty amazing way to kick off the entire major. There were a lot of expectations being set by the invited teams and the qualified teams as well. But today is where we see which squad will remain consistent. And we also have a switch up in maps. No more Kalahari for today. We are heading towards Purgatory and Bermuda. So we'll see if it's going to affect how these teams and their standing by the end of the day.
Indeed. I mean, one thing that we don't really expect to see is the fact that every single one of the maps yesterday was crowned. We had Booyah crowned to 6 different teams. Because usually what will happen is that we'll see recurring things happening. But maybe perhaps it's something that we're going to see today because the fact that we're going to be looking at Purgatory and Bermuda for A and B. So in some sense, we'll be looking at a little bit of a repetition when it comes to playing in the map of Bermuda for A, B, B, C, and AC. So that could be that. That could be repetitive. That could be a recurring practice between players who's going to be playing in Bermuda. But Purgatory, of course, very likely is going to be something a little bit different.
Yeah, and I think both our hosts did bring us some solid and interesting points, right? They mentioned a lot about consistency of teams. They also pointed out a lot of highlights from yesterday, and I think Cobra really stole the spotlight with their 1 versus 3 and getting the booyah for Baby Argon. But also, I think it is fitting to reiterate IC Baby's point what he did brought up on day one, which is consistency and how sometimes a team, a stronger team, an experienced team, would have more benefits or would have more consistent results in the long run. Whereas what we see now on day one might not fully tell us the story about what a team is capable of.
Exactly. I mean, we only have like the introductory chapter number 1 being unraveled for us. We don't even know what's going to be happening in the later part of the day. We don't know anything about week number 2, heck, even week number 3. So all of these scores that you guys have seen previously just now, where our hosts have broken down for you guys, it is not over just yet. They have mentioned the fact that there has been teams that did somewhat poorly in the earlier iterations of the tournament, but when it comes to the later parts, they just suddenly came out from absolutely nowhere. They started destroying everyone to the point that they set a record score for the most amount of points. I think it was Baby Argons, because in the Tri Nations Cup, if I remember correctly, once you get a booyah, you get 20 points, and every kill is 2 points. And in that one specific match, they scored somewhat around 58 points or something like that. So that's a single booyah together with like 15 or 16 kills, somewhere around that lines.
Yeah, and I think that is a testament of how things can always be turned around when you're following these kind of formats, where the point system balances out kills and booyahs and getting the first place. It's never over until the final round. There's always this, you just need to have a miracle run and suddenly you'll be back on your feet. And I think Dana Lee also pointed out, like, a team such as a Supreme Assault Forces, they so far have a track record of not getting off to a good start, but they were able to catch back up in the later stages of the league. So perhaps this is going to be the pattern that we might be expecting for the MCP Major, but also at the same time, it also takes a bit of weight off of their shoulders, where now people understand perhaps this is just how this squad functions. We cut them some slack early on, and we look forward to their later performances as the league progresses.
Indeed. I mean, from what I can remember about Supreme Assault Forces, it is absolutely correct. The first few weeks, or somewhere around week 1 and week 2, they fell short quite a little bit. And when it comes to week number 3 and week number 4, I believe that they got a couple of booyahs and a good amount of kills. Very likely is based on the fact that they started to analyze and understand a little bit as to how the opponent plays, watching through all the demos and VODs, and understand what did we do wrong at very specific times. What should have been done, or perhaps even they adapted other people's strategies, gameplay strategies, and how they work around as a team. They adopted that, and then it started to work out for them, because these are the things that will work in a game all the time. Whenever you feel that a strategy just doesn't work for you, always work and adapt. Look at other people's playstyle. Look at how they're doing. Why are their strategies working while yours aren't? So I really hope that Supreme Assault Forces will be able to get something good down get some good game down the track for today, this week even, because once they lose a little bit too much, it may be a little bit too difficult for them to catch up.
Yeah, and I think we have 6 weeks, right? So I think the first 3 weeks is kind of where you try and establish your footing to be as firm as possible, and it comes to the total points. And then the other 3 weeks, the 4th to 6th week, is where you try to extend the lead. So regardless of how long it takes for a team to warm up, at some point they will have to start putting out results, because you don't really want to reach that final sprint where suddenly you look at your points and you'll be like, oh crap, now we only have 2 more rounds to make a miracle happen. That is very, very hard to achieve, and sometimes it's also borderline impossible because you still have the group shuffle to look at. You still have the other opponents who are also constantly improving. So I think the first 3 weeks is kind of the benchmark, and then the 4th to 6th week is where you elevate that performance to give yourself a decent standing.
Alright, so once again, we did somewhat the same thing yesterday, and that was to give our hearts out to very specific teams, wanting them to, show some light, be in the spotlight. Yesterday, I chose to go all out for AV Ligers, and Husky went all out for Legends Rumble, which in this case, it doesn't seem like Caster's Curse anymore, because
Yep.
it worked out for them, or rather it worked out for us one way or another. AV Ligers as well as Legends Rumble have got a good run in one of their games yesterday. So we're gonna give them some, or rather give other teams some good push on the back, give them some support. And by saying that, I think that I'm going to give some support over to Watch and Learn. They did some pretty good games yesterday and good amount of kills. Their aggression was pretty good, so I'm gonna give them a shot.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think it is very understandable that Watch and Learn deserves that one booyah, right? Their performance yesterday has been very solid. For me, I kind of had two choices. I was looking at Freedom Rumble and VPH Velocity, but I think if you put these two side by side, Freedom Rumble kind of put up more consistent points, and they do have better standings. So by that alone, by that big picture alone, that bird's eye view alone, I think Freedom Rumble will have a better chance of getting that booyah. So I'm shifting my chips from Legend Rumble towards Freedom Rumble and see if they can get that booyah today.
We'll see how that's gonna work out today. And in the event that one of our teams just did not get a booyah or did not have a good run, we probably have to buy some bubble tea for the opponent.
Yes.
But anyways, for those people that are watching, no matter where you are from, please make full use of the comment section over there. Let us know which country you're from, which team you're supporting, and just give them all the hype, give them all the love, and of course, let them know that you are there supporting them. Do whatever that you can to show, hey, I'm here. Hey, we are here to support you. And of course, every now and then, you will see some codes flashing on the screen. And that is your cue to head over to reward.ff.garena.com to redeem the code. Be it gonna be some, cash, gun cases or whatsoever. But we're just gonna move that aside. Let's take a look at the flight path, starting at the northeastern side, ending off at the southwestern side. Pretty nicely split apart.
Yep, and right off the bat, we already have 2 members down. And it is in the hands of Steady Squad. And STB Son of Guns not really off to a good start. Yesterday, they didn't really have any footing, and it seems like that is going to be the case for this first map as well. Steady Squad, they draw first blood, they get themselves 2 points, and obviously they're going to make themselves the new kill leader as well. But STP Son of Gun, they're not out of the woods just yet, trapped in the ski lodge where Ziha is completely alone and isolated. No utilities, no regeneration, and the best he can do is try and take out some members for the side of Steady Squad, but that is not going to be any way effective, and he will also forfeit his life. That is 3 free points for Steady Squad to kick off the round.
Really well placed coming in from Steady Squad. And of course, going to Ski Lodge is definitely not something that you would expect getting 3 kills, as a matter of fact. Most of the time when you head over to Ski Lodge, it is only because you kind of want to play safe. And it does seem like at this point of time, it is STP Son of Guns that wanted to play safe, while Steady Squad found the opportunity to just go right in, swoop up the kills, and get all the points for themselves. So, good for Steady Squad, but really unfortunate for Son of Gun. We're gonna just move forward a little bit more and take a look closer to the center-ish part of the map as we look at the Marble Works. It's slightly towards the western side of the map. We are going to be looking at Auto Knockout. It's going to be fighting with Wheels. And not going to lie, this may actually be a heavily contested place, especially since Auto Knockout is a strong darn team. And so is Wheels. Wheels is by no means a weak team. I can expect to see that Wheels may actually put down quite a number on AKO.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I think yesterday, Wheels, they were able to put up a couple of good rounds. They even made it to top 3 at one point, challenging the likes of GeekFam, Auto Knockout. They also had had a head-to-head against Divinity. So being able to survive all of that definitely is a testament of how Views have been keeping up with the strongest contenders. But speaking about Divinity, we wanted to see a lot from them. Kalahari was kind of their playground, but they were not able to deliver that result. So perhaps giving them a fresh start on a new day would yield different outcomes. But we'll see how that's going to turn out, because we also are looking at Supreme Assault Forces, a team that so far has been a very slow starter, and we have yet to kind of kick in their gears.
And it does seem like they are heading down the ridge and going closer to Brasilia, and they are opening fire onto the team that I am giving the shove on, and that is going to be watch and learn. And it doesn't seem like they are doing that well, because Supreme Assault Forces, they did manage to put quite a number down on the members on watch and learn, and it might be pretty rough, but with a total of 3 members left on their side, they're most probably gonna play a little bit safe from now.
Yep, and with the circle kind of shifting a bit towards the western side, you can see that most of the teams are already in that area. So we have Brasilia, the Golf Course, Mount Villa, and Quarry. And I think at the edge of the map, if you're bloody hits, you should be pretty much safe. There's not much enemies near that vicinity. Wheels as well should feel pretty secured, but they are making that rotation downwards towards the southern side of the map. So I think this might result in them running into bloody hit. But honestly, them staying where they are right now in this first phase should be the safer decision. Divinity, though, they do have sights on Auto Knockout.
And with Divinity at the top part of the ridge, they do have a upper hand due to the fact that they are on a vantage point, of course, on the higher ground. It does seem like Batman is just gonna be rushing right in the face of Mr. D. He did pop up the time turner for a little bit, and of course, popped right out with the blue walls, but it is not gonna be that beneficial for Batman at all. It does seem like he's going to be caught completely off guard, and Yamin takes him down almost immediately, with Voidface being the second person being knocked down. It is not gonna be a good start for Divinity, and in fact, that is the 3rd member down for Divinity, and the last man, Ganza, is gonna be left right behind this erected wall, and there is just absolutely nothing that Ganza would do. But the question is he gonna go straight ahead and try to save Voidface, or is he gonna make a run for it? Because at this point of time, going to save Voidface may actually be the highway ticket to hell.
Yeah, and at the same time, it's not just Auto Knockout that they have to worry about. They also have to be concerned about Awesome, who are nearby as well. So if you're in Ganza's shoes, you might have to just resort to fight or die. This is the state of the game where you just get as much points as you can. And speaking about bloody hit, like I mentioned just now, there is a chance that they might run into Wheels, and that is exactly what happened. Jay already eliminated by Wheels, and it's not gonna get any easier for the rest of the team. Blank now, completely exposed in terms of his position. Wheels just needs to wait for him to pop his head out and go for the charge. But the rest of Bloody Hit, they are not really near their buddy though. They're all isolated in individual buildings. Wheels, they have the numbers advantage. And they're slowly, creeping in. They're trying to swarm the compound. Bloody Hit, they know that they are trapped in Quarry, so they have to find a way to fight it out.
And at this point of time, we do have the circle that is just going to be slowly creeping in real soon. But for now, it does seem like even though the circle is about to creep in, no one seems to give much of a damn about the circle, because, the circle is huge, while everyone can just bump from place to place and still be able to get some decent amount of farm, or perhaps even a decent amount of kills. Right now, with Bloody Hands, 3 of their members is now incapacitated, 2 of which has been deleted, and I take it back, all of their members has been deleted. And now Wheels has managed to get themselves a total of 5 kills to their name, just inside of Quarry. And unfortunately for Bloody Heads, they are going to be the first team eliminated for today's games, or rather, game number 1.
Yeah, and it was just unfortunate for Bloody Hits, right? There were at the edge of the map. There's nowhere else for them to go. There's no better place for them to go. That was their safe zone. But you just have to give credits to View for taking the initiative to explore the map, bumping into Bloody Hits, and taking them out cleanly. That's 5 kills already in the bag, and now they have control of the entire quarry area. They can just wait and see where the next circle is going to form. Whereas if you look at the eastern side, there are at least 6 squads clumped up together, 7 squads clumped up together. This is going to be a bloody fight. So I think the biggest winners out of this will be the teams who are on the island consisting of golf course and quarry. As I say that, Supreme Assault Forces, they want to start things off with a bang, and that is a kill onto Climax from Watch and Learn. So Supreme Assault Forces, so far, they are still in the game with 2 kills under their belt.
Definitely a better start than all the other days combined coming in from Supreme Assault Forces, with 2 kills to their name already. But let's not rejoice too early, because at this point of time, only 1 team has been eliminated, and thus, if they're going to be the next one, then the placement points isn't going to do much justice for them just yet. So we'll just really hope to see SAF just stay up and safe for the time being. But for now, like we said before, the main archipelago is going to be one of the safest zones and the safest place to be. If you're in the western side of the island, then bad news for you. The choke point is definitely going to be the bridge, but most people will not find much of a problem by swimming below the bridge as compared to, well, running through the bridge. Most of the time when I play, and of course the games that I've casted before, people running on a bridge may find it a little bit of a problem. And speaking of problems, it does seem like a little bit of Caster's Curse has went down to my way, because the main archipelago may not be the best place anymore. What do you think? Do you think that the Western Island may be the best place to go after all?
Yeah, I honestly think so, right? Because if you look at Bloody Hairs, they were the one who got the best position. Wheels came in and took over. Now Geek Fam has most control over the island. As Wheels, they are gonna run into auto knockout and AV Ligers as well. So that is going to be a secondary challenge. They also have Steady Squad to worry about, and in fact, they've already ran to Steady Squad, so they need to kind of resolve this conflict as soon as possible. They can still back off. They have the this area as a safe zone where if Steady Squad wants to keep on pushing, they will have to eventually walk into Views' crosshair. So Geek Fan right now, they are the team that avoids most of this conflict. They can stay along the coastline and also at the same time have the potential to gatekeep the bridge if the next circle continues in their direction. But we just have to see how that circle is going to form, because right now the water is encompassing a lot of that same zone. Auto knockout running into AB Ligers, and Yamin is going to start things off by taking out Red Panda. Secure the kill. Cheers wants to get a bit of revenge, drops the time turner, the glue wall, blocking a bit of shot for Yamin, but Cheers comes from the corner, and Shogun with the cover fire will be able to trade Yamin back. So auto knockout down to just 1 lone member, and AB Liger still with 3 more alive.
It doesn't seem really good for them at this point in time. But for now, let's take a look at this, because AV Ligers with 3 men alive, it does seem like they also have auto knockout that is around the area for... I mean, he's the last man remaining after all. Auto knockout is not looking good at all. And what can I say? Cheers is just baiting him out. And Shura did take the bait, but unfortunately, the rest of the members coming from AV Ligers, they are just not going all out for... to get a kill. But I take it back. We got your boy that just went straight in with a really nice, snappy, crisp shot to the head. Getting the lead in between of his eyes is definitely one thing that AV Ligers is looking out for. The total kills from auto knockout ends with a 3 and knocked out at 11th place. It does seem like AV Ligers, they are going to be having a pretty good step up in the league rankings after defeating Auto Knockout at this point of time. And not just that, they are going ahead with getting more kills here in Marbleworks, because they are gatekeeping against Team Wheels. And I believe that they are most definitely going to succeed at that.
Yep, and Wheels has already started losing members. And this is where if you are in Wheels' shoes, you just have to push through this. That there is no other way for Wheels to kind of continue down this track. They have to either fight AV Ligers or they have to end up fighting Awesome, because Awesome is coming in from the eastern side, but also will be preoccupied by STB Son of Gun, the remaining survivor Akif, trying to make it into the zone, and Views actually helps out by taking out Zima from the side of Awesome. So that is going to make Awesome panic a bit because they have to deal with fires from 2 different angles, and that will also be a distraction to allow Akif to make it further into the safe zone. But Marlboro, at this point of time, is just trying to gatekeep the area and not let anyone else come in. The circle does shrink a bit towards the southeastern side, so Wheels will have to evacuate into the into AV Liger's territory pretty soon as well.
A really good shot coming from the side of Wheels. They did manage to get themselves a total of 7 kills to their name after killing the lone straggler that just pretty much stuck behind the glue wall. But for now, we are also going to be taking a look at SAF, which is Supreme Assault Forces. They are going to be at the main archipelago, somewhere close to the coastal areas, but I don't think that they're going to have a very nice sailing road towards the new circle, because what they have in front of them is going to be watch and learn. Fortunately, they did manage to bring down Musket, and all 4 of them is just going to be rushing right into their faces, and being able to get a single kill from that pushes watch and learn away, while NBA Lore back at it again with some more of that sniping action, while watch and learn has been eliminated at number 10.
Yeah, and Wheels still keeping themselves alive, still staying strong. And Supreme Assault Forces style, they are getting shot by secret movement from the low ground. Those glue walls are running out, and McGrory, you can't try and bandage yourself up in the open as he will be down. But there is the dome from the time turner to keep him alive. Unfortunately, the safe zone not really in their favor, so they have to drop the beat and start hightailing out of that area. And it might be into steady squad across there, and what a shot from Shots, and that is going to spell a lot of problem for Supreme Assault Forces. And in fact, they've already lost 3. Let's Go is the only one left alive, but they have to make it through secret movement. Not gonna happen, because Steady Squad will put that to an end, and it's all at the back of Shots' opping skill. That's 4 kills for the team.
The power of dual-wielding Kar 98K is definitely something that have showcased itself by the position of Shots. He is all the way at the other side of, well, the island. He's just going to be cooping himself up in this small little hut, while the opponents that he's looking at, which is SAF, were too busy, you know, a little bit too busy with getting too much attention from the other side of the island. So I will say that is a little bit of a stroke of luck for the side of Secret Squad, but it's sorry, not Secret Squad, Steady Squad, but it also is a lot of skills and tactics coming from the side of Shots. In the meantime, Son of Gun has also been eliminated. NBA Lore taking yet another kill to his name, with AV Ligers being eliminated at number 5. The circle is now closing in smaller and smaller. Wheels is going to find themselves in a tough spot real soon, especially being at the top of this ridge, putting out so much gunfire down this ridge. Everyone else is going to have their eyes right on top of them as they make their way down. They pop the glue wall. They will be A-okay for now, but I believe that something is going to transpire real soon, as Geek Fam right now getting shot from the back, right from the ridge. He bandaged himself up. A kick is still okay. A piece is okay as well, hiding behind the crates, while the rest of the members coming from Move just slowly make their way through the bridge, safe and sound.
Yep, and Appear just being really patient with that trigger finger. He wants to surprise secret movement, and this might be the chance. Tosses the grenade over, and it's not gonna land, at least for now. The glue wall drops, but it's a bit off angle, so Appear's gonna utilize this area under the bridge as a safe zone, as he at least will be able to survive for a bit longer, and Wheels will now be the next target by Secret Movement, as Yats will be able to eliminate Wheels in 4th place. But Wheels had put out a decent kill with 11 kill counts, and a kick, he's not spotted. Secret Movement, they're walking past him, and now he's gonna pop up as takeout fan. That's one. Fikri is gonna be the next, but a kick also is gonna duck back down the bridge alongside with his buddy Appears. At the same time, a steady squad shots is from afar, but Aki is getting shot at as well, so he has to eliminate whatever's in front of him, and shots is going to be the target, but with the safe zone closing in, he doesn't have much room nor time to work with. He does see one on the high ground. Geek Fam, they managed to be sneaky, but now is the time to really put that to good use. One does drop the glue wall, and Aki gets the perfect angle, and he's going to start spraying that onto Yat. Yat now also is going to protect himself with the glue wall, but his back is completely exposed to shots. Shots is going to be really patient, and Aki just dives in and gets a kill for himself. They also will see one. One is low, but Secret Movement doesn't survive that, and now we're down to a very tight 1 versus 1, and it seems like the Booyah will be secured by Steady Squad, all on the back of shots.
Shots, the one-man army, for real. He pretty much carried the entire game for the side of SS. I just don't understand how he's been getting so much free reign all over the map. Like, he's got his crosshairs on the opponents time after time after time again. That is the true essence of being a sniper support. You're far away from your enemies. You are the third party without being in the most precarious position as much as possible. You are in safe spot. You take all the shots, nice and steady. And even when it comes down to the last man remaining, you still manage to get your shots down. Is definitely going to be one of the most amazing feats that you can do as a sniper support. So hearts out over to Shots. He's gave us quite a big of a show, and I'm very likely he's going to be one of the next MVPs for today.
Yeah, and first round, we've already had our highlight reel. Shots just playing the patient game, and I'm surprised that no one spotted him out, and he was in prime position. You know, all he needed was some cover and just to pick the right fights. And if you're a Geek Fam, or what's the other team? If you're a Geek Fam or any other team that was caught out by Shots, that is not going to be a happy ending, right? But huge morale boost for Steady Squad. Great first round.
Yeah, I believe that one thing that I also do want to put out my heart out for is gonna be a gig. He played in quite a bold manner. Like, all his positions, the way he run around, he's not even the rusher, he's not at all. He's the support. But he managed to play it out so well. He knew exactly what he needed to do. He wrapped around the opponents like a little bit of I don't know, it's just merry-go-round kind of business going on about. Whenever the opponent tries to go for the grenade launcher, it misses only because of the mobility and of course the movement that a kick did, which caught the opponents completely off guard. And that was the point of time where I thought, hey, okay, a kick's dead. He's all out in the open against this grenade launcher wielding guy. There's no way he could win, but I stand corrected. He won. He won that. But unfortunately, he still did not win over to Shots because Steady Squad, they were in a pretty good position. And speaking of Steady Squad, take a look at them. First place with a Booyah as well as a placement point. With a Booyah, so thus a placement point of 12 and with kill points of 8. And that is going to give them a net total of 20 points. For Wheels, second place with a total of 18 points. Secret Movement, third place, 16 points. Geek Fam, fourth place, 13 points. Unfortunately, I thought that they would be able to go a little bit higher, but they were lacking a bit of kill points. AV Ligers, 5th place with 10 points. And Supreme Assault Forces, they definitely got themselves back up a little bit. 6th place with 6 points.
Yeah, definitely a better performance compared to yesterday for SAF. But on the second page, we have STP Son of Gun in 7th place with 5 points. Divinity in 8th place with 4 points. Auto Knockout and Awesome, they both share 3 points in 9th and 10th place respectively. Watch and Learn, slow start, 11th place with just 1 point and bloody hits. Falling prey to Wheels early on, they bomb on this round without a single point.
And what can I say? That was a pretty entertaining and of course a pretty good game number 1 for day number 2. I believe that we'll be able to see a little bit more, and of course we are going back to somewhat familiar territory because now that Purgatory is over, we're going to be looking at Bermuda between A and B. And as for yesterday's Bermuda A and B, if I remember correctly, the game went over to the side of Awesome.
Oh yeah, it definitely did. I think the first round on Bermuda, Awesome. We said right, we didn't see much of them. They didn't have much screen time, and suddenly, bam, booyah! It was Awesome who walked away with the win. So that was definitely a spectacle for the team, and they didn't do as much as we would have wanted them on this first map. But nonetheless, it's just the first map, and I think when we go back to Bermuda, we would be able to see more of these teams.
Perhaps we'll be able to see Awesome being coming in with the repetitive win. Something that we can't exactly tell or know what's gonna happen just yet, but we can only hope for some other team to snatch the crown away. Be sure to get themselves the booyah. But for now, back on track regarding the non-recurring booyahs going on about. This time we have got ourselves Steady Squad that won a booyah. So thus, if I remember correctly, once again, I have bad memory, so take this with a pinch of salt. Steady Squad has gotten themselves with 2 booyahs in a row already.
Did they? Was it one?
That's kind of like the biggest question, right?
Right.
And something that we can't exactly answer right now. But the host can definitely answer that for you guys.
Yeah. I remember like Baby Argon got one. Awesome got one. AV Ligers. Legend Rumble got one. I think FastQ MY got one. What was the last one? Was it Do Easy? Yeah, Do Easy got the last one. So Steady Squad, this is their first booyah in the league. My message. Yeah, I think I remember correctly. This should be their first booyah. I think Steady Squad yesterday they didn't come as close as they did just now. They weren't even close to top 3, I think, for SS on their first day. So this is definitely a huge improvement for that performance.
If I remember correctly, okay, so yesterday with the 6 games, AV Ligers, we got Awesome, we got Secret Movement, Do Easy, and Fast Kill MY that got the booyah. If I remember correctly, I can't remember the last guy. I can't remember
Legend
the last
Rumble
team.
and AV Ligers.
Secret
Movement didn't get.
C. Oh, Secret Movement didn't?
Yeah. No, remember we we was talking a lot about how when Group C came in, they were kind of like the new they were dominating the groups, right? Like it made A versus B looked a bit underwhelming. Because A versus B, you kind of can see that teams in Group B like the Knockout and Geek Fam, they were the ones leading the charge. Divinity was kind of the team that kind of stood up to that. But when Group C joined in, suddenly it was all Group C in top 3. It was all Group C over the kill feed. They kind of stole the spotlight away from everyone else. Oh yeah, I would say Group C is still the deadlier group, but at least when we watched A and B just now, they were a bit more diversity, from the teams that has not really shown up yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, I remember I remember very clearly that Legends Rumble did manage to win once because we have a single member from Freedom Rumble. They just dived from top of the building down to the ground, fought against 2 members of Legends Rumble, and unfortunately the Freedom Legends lost. That is one thing that I remember very clearly, and thus I can make that assumption. But never mind, we'll talk a little bit more about the scoreboards and all of that to our host later as we take a look at the map with the aircraft flying from the southern side all the way to the northern side, cutting through Factory, Mars Electric, cut to Listua, Plantation, as well as Shipyard. And that pretty much means that most if not all of the teams here should be able to get themselves in a nice safe area all for themselves. But I stand corrected. It does seem like Geek Fam finds himself in quite of a heat against Watch and Learn.
Yep, and Geek Fam, from last round's performance, they get out to a good start. In fact, they've already lost 1 member, 2 more on the ground. Apis has the hightail out of there. Watch and Learn. They are here for some points, and they will be able to get themselves at least 3 to start things off. But it seems like Venom has spotted out a piss, and I think Venom was also slightly touched on, right? The kill leader in third place with the third most kills at the start of the day, and being put in the spotlight, being the fresh face in the sea of veterans, he definitely has a lot to prove. But at least for Uphiss, he will be able to make it out of there, at least with 1 point. You know, they were able to take out one member from the side of Watch and Learn, but that is all that they get. Geek Fam off to a very rough start.
Very rough indeed, as we do have Uphiss that has been eliminated from all the way across the map. Watch and Learn, managing to just get themselves with 3 kills to their name already. I'm not too sure where was the last member of Geek Fam, since they got 3 kills. Supposedly there's one more of the Geek Fam members, but Geek Fam has now been completely eliminated and out of game number 2. Really unfortunate if you ask me, but we still gotta have to move on and take a look at how the other teams are gonna fare. With Steady Squad running right around the coastal areas and of course right by the riverbanks, it does seem like they're trying to get themselves in a nice little place somewhere, while STP Son of the Gun, they are trying to get themselves looted up as much as possible as well. This is pretty much the phase where all of the teams are just doing their absolute best to get all of their utilities, all of the frag grenades that they can recover, recoverables, guns, whatsoever. But one thing that, you know, most of these members don't pay a lot of attention to really is frag grenades. They should really try to stock up a little bit more on frag grenades, because it definitely is a life changer.
Yeah, and I think this is deja vu for Geek Fam. We remember yesterday when Geek Fam jumped into Kalahari for the second round. They were the first team to get knocked out. This feels exactly the same. You know, they started the second round of the second day, and they became the first team to be eliminated. This is super unfortunate. It's not a good record in Geek Fam's, you know, history book, at least for the first week. But it's just very unfortunate. They either come very close to first place, or they just completely bomb out when the round starts. So better luck next round. But our eyes now is set on Divinity. Batman does notice that auto knockout is on the low ground, and it seems like Divinity has been running into auto knockout a lot of times, and more frequent than I think these two teams would have liked.
I really hope that this is going to be kind of like a redemption game for Divinity, because Batman didn't quite have a really good run in the previous game. Perhaps this is the time that they just say, you know what, let us get the show on the road and get some good kills down for themselves. But in the meantime, we're just going to hold the thought on to Divinity yet. Once we see the point of time where we can talk about Divinity and look at them going all out in action, then we'll talk about it. But for now, the circle is definitely going to be one of the most important thing, as most of the circle is comprised of the main island with Polchanok, Peak, and Factory right in the center of this circle, and most of the choke point very likely is going to be somewhere in Peak. A lot of these teams very likely will go past Peak or go into Peak, no matter from the northern side, northeastern, or even the northwestern, because it's pretty north heavy.
Yep, 30 hits, having to go up against Steady Squad, the team that got a booyah in the last round. And really, hey, this time, at least they won't be the first team to get knocked out, but they definitely don't want to get eliminated this early on. And having the prestige of possibly taking out the leaders right now would be a huge win, and Wheels getting absolutely run at. And this is just a run and gun by STP Son of Guns. They had a rough start in the last round, but this time at least they were able to get some payback. But Wheels is also retaliating with kills on their own. And in fact, it seems like STP Son of Gun, they are falling apart. Wheels still have 2 active members. Marlboro dropped the Tide Turner in time for a clutch. And STP Son of Gun, they are out.
Well played, coming from the side of NBA Law. He's just made things fast. He ran out with a machete. He knew exactly what his job was, and that is to run into the faces of his enemies and just rip him into shreds. And ripping him into shreds is exactly what he did. And just like that, we're gonna have another team that's going to be eliminated at number 11. So pretty early, and we have already got 2 teams being knocked out. But are we gonna be looking at the third team being knocked out right now? Because we do have Shura from Auto Knockout that already have his eyes onto Divinity, but little do they know that it may actually be the other way around because Divinity has got them surrounded.
Yep, and auto knockout. It seems like Fate is a cruel mistress for these two teams. They always run into each other early on, and at the end of it, no one team has to be eliminated. And it seems that Divinity, they are the one who took the brunt of that, as auto knockout was able to knock out one of the members from the side of Divinity. And at least, the silver lining for AKO is that they have cover of this compound, but it still does not protect them completely from Divinity, because Divinity, they just pull the trigger, they're rushing straight into the compound. They say, we're not playing all these long range fights, and in fact, we're just gonna run at you, but Yamin behind with 2 to secure his team more, and he's now going for the third. The dual wheel popping off, drops the glue wall, and he survives. 3 HP in the back. Auto knockout still staying alive in this conflict, but Divinity, they are still not out of this just yet. In fact, they're getting themselves back out, so Yamin has to immediately go for the revive on the Shura. It's just them two. These duos have to try and make something happen, or at least stay alive. And Divinity, the whole squad has been brought back up. 2 versus 4. Pretty hard scenario for Auto Knockout to deal with, but they are now completely trapped as the rest of Divinity takes their time to recuperate, and now they're getting ready for the kill. So Auto Knockout have to be really careful, because the rest of Divinity, they're coming out to the second floor. Auto knockout, they have to take this fight.
Oh my god, that was actually a really good run coming from Yamin. And of course, he is using the Vector Akimbo. Whoever comes into the building, that pretty much means that they're gonna be shredded into bits. And shredded into bits is exactly what happened to them. But unfortunately, a little bit of a mistake when it comes to the post-scenario analysis, whereby instead of taking a short amount of time to finish them off, he decided to run all the way up to try to save his teammate. It may, yes, be a good thing to do, but is it worth it though? It does seem like it may actually be not worth it at all, because they got overwhelmed with numbers for a little bit. I really thought that they do have that small little chance to get right back against at Divinity. But really, Yamin could have deleted at least 2 members while he's on his way up to save his teammate. I really think that he do have time.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think it was a missed opportunity. They didn't just get eliminated, but they got eliminated without anything in return. Not a single point from that long drawn out skirmish against Divinity. So Divinity, they were the huge winners, but Wheels getting cornered by Awesome, and QB gets knocked down, but he's not out just yet. But not the same for Wheels though. Wheels have been completely eliminated. Awesome, they will stay alive in this round.
Divinity has found themselves in quite a home right about now, right after winning in that engagement against Auto Knockout. Especially since it was like you said, it's a pretty drawn out fight. They stayed in there possibly is to wait for stragglers or perhaps even third-party teams, because they've been there for pretty long. People are definitely gonna go right in and check out, hey, what's going on here? Who's the last man remaining? Who's the last team remaining? And how many members are there remaining? And it doesn't seem like we're gonna be looking much from Divinity's angle. We're gonna be looking more onto Bloody Head's angle, as we have Blank being knocked out. But luckily for ZJ, he did manage to do quite an avenging frag right onto shots, one of the major playmakers from the side of SS. And he himself is gonna go straight down. Unfortunately, not enough time for the rest of the members coming from SS to save their own friend. And thus, they went for a 1-for-1 trade with nothing else in the bag. While SAF, from the other side of the ridge, they did manage to get a shot down on the Lemon, as well as the other members from Bloody Heads, while Axel jumps right in with a glue wall and a time turner just to get Lemon back on his feet.
Yep, and Steady Squad, they've lost, their star player shots. At least he was the star player in the last round, but having left with 3 members is not going to be too big of a deal. But Bloody Head, they all go out in the hands of Supreme Assault Forces, and this is again a better performance compared to round number 1. And now Supreme Assault Forces, they will turn their attention towards I believe it was Steady Squad. yeah, on the other side of the ridge. So Steady Squad, they are completely caught out in the open. And the only way for them to kind of make it into the circle is perhaps to go through SAF. But it seems like Superior Assault Forces, they will abandon their post and in fact go deeper into the safe zone, which gives more space for Steady Squad to maneuver. Watch and learn though, they also are trying to find a way deeper into the circle, but they might have to go through secret movement.
Yeah, Move Yard with a really nice cooking of the grenade. He didn't manage to get a single kill right off his opponents. And speaking of getting one person down, it does seem like Clanks has been knocked down as well. But fortunately, one of his team members is just going to be around the vicinity to pick him right back up. Secret Movement finds this a perfect opportunity to just rush right in. Hopefully that they will be able to connect all of the shots and delete their opponents once and for all. But once they reached the ridge, it appears that their opponents is just not there anymore. So where could Watch and Learn possibly be? Alright, behind the rock formations, and thus Move Yard immediately popped right in with the time turner as well as just with the shotgun, unleashes a lot of buckshot right in the faces of Clanks. He's gonna be the first one to get knocked down. Yard is still gonna be relentless. Tries to go for the next one, unfortunately got shot right on the foot with a shotgun. The musket, his HP is still pretty darn good, but unfortunately the Vector Akimbo from the side of France just deals a little bit too much damage. But SAF, third partying going on about here from the ground levels, brings down another team all for themselves, and thus this is only the third circle, and yet we are looking at 5 teams remaining. That is quite a chaos from the side of Secret Movement as well as Watch and Learn. Both of them kind of eliminated right there and then without even knowing what exactly happened.
That really must have stung for Secret Movement. The revive was halfway through, and then the glue wall just disappeared and exposes back entirely to SAF. But SAF keeping themselves alive so far with, I believe, 3 more members, 3 more survivors. That is a new high. Actually, the whole squad was still alive, and they have a prime control over this compound at the edge of Portugal, at the northwestern side, where Steady Squad will not have to move through. Divinity was able to sneak past onto the high ground, so they will have that vantage point if the circle closes in a bit more. Like you mentioned, it's just the third circle. We're getting the 4th one soon. So if this circle moves a bit towards the low ground, then SAF will have complete advantage. And in fact, they've already spotted up Divinity splitting out in this 2-2 formation, but they know that inevitably they will have to move towards the low ground. So the priority right now for SAF and Steady Squad is to take control of this neighborhood, because you can't have 2 teams in this area. It's just not safe.
SAF with 4 kills to that name already. They're going to be at the northwestern side of Porchnock, and that is not the only team there, because we do have SS. They're just right around the area. They are steady as hell, ready to overcome and of course override whatever situation that SAF is right now. SAF, they are in the best place possible. The best place possible, right in the center of the new circle. And the only biggest building that you can expect to see. And the only other best place to be is right on top of this building. Whoever has got a zip line can get themselves right up the 2nd floor and will have a bird's eye view to kill quite a lot of people at the point of time. But I don't think that any teams is going to be that bold enough to just run out in the open fields and try to attempt that.
Yep. And this is probably going to be an intense final circle. At the next circle, if it ends up in the open field, we are getting a heck of a slaughter from all the remaining 5 teams. But we just have to see how it pans out, at least for now. It seems like the safe zone is a bit more generous to the teams who have found themselves a bit of a compound, but Awesome caught out by Divinity, who does not have much to work with, at least in terms of cover. But Awesome, they're coming in from different angles. The Divinity completely caught out. Void Face on the ground. He's definitely not going to be able to be revived. So the remaining members of Divinity will have to try and tough it out against Awesome, who are trying to flank them from different angles. But Shua was able to start things off by taking out M-Lux. That's going to be a good start for Divinity. And now Jack is also on the ground. He's finished off by Superior Assault Force, but QB is going to stand his final ground and try to take on Divinity all on his own. He went down Void Face. start. That dual wheel is starting to pay off, but there's still more to go with. And in fact, the team just don't make it out because AV Ligers also chipped in as well alongside Superior Storm Forces, SAF under assault, and in fact, they are out in 4th place. AV Ligers swooped in and it completely took over the compound, and now they're taking on Steady Squad as well. There's already 2 down for Steady Squad. AV Ligers 4 men strong. They're gonna continue to assert their dominance over this territory. Steady Squad, they have no place in this area whatsoever.
AV Ligers, they're putting their foot down. They say that this is going to be their place. They're throwing lead all around the horizons, north, south, east, and west. They are making sure that they hold domination throughout this building, while Awesome hangs up at the top of the ridge, throwing buckshots at their enemies, only to realize we can't stay here anymore. They make their way towards the northwestern side of the circle because that is exactly where the new circle is going to be. Excuse me, and that is where Awesome also being able to see that AV Ligers is slowly making their way into the new circle. It is gonna be tough. There's still 3 teams remaining. We've got Axel right in front of Red Panda. How exactly is going to happen? The time's gonna pop. Axel goes in. The Vector at Kimbo just brings down the Panda. Absolutely nothing that you can do but the frag grenade bombs right in front of him, demolishing him, and of course blasting him in oblivion with only 2 teams remaining. Awesome with a total of 7 kills and 2 men left, while AV Ligers, they have a good amount of players left, and that is going to be a 3 versus 2 scenario. How exactly is this going to be turning out as? Who's gonna be the winner of this one? Is it gonna be Awesome or is it gonna be AV Ligers? As all of them hides behind and cowers behind these blue walls. And of course, the first person that is going to make the shot is going to be Shogun, as he uses the Vector Akimbo, just rushes and putting on the lead onto the glue wall, riddling with bullets. But unfortunately, it does seem like at this point of time, Awesome no longer have any more glue wall. Just doing the circle, just trying to do the absolute best. And what do you have it here? We have Awesome that stood up tall, all of them just holding on to their lives. And of course, with the guns in their hands, they managed to get all of the shots right in between of the enemy's eyes. And with 2 of them remaining, none of them got knocked down by any 3 of the enemies. So it was a 2v3 win.
Yeah, their second booyah. This is Awesome's second booyah already. Credits to XL, the Steady Squad. I think, unfortunately for the second place team, they didn't really pay attention. AV Ligers didn't really pay attention to Steady Squad. They did not expect XL to still be alive, and when they were trying to make their way out into the open for that final push, suddenly you just see this random survivor from Steady Squad just running past them, and he was able to take out Red Panda, and that really crippled AV Ligers' ability to take that full fight against Awesome. And the usage of the glue wall was just perfect. What a finishing to the second round, Bermuda. Awesome second booyah on the same map. They are really starting to put their flag on in this league.
Yeah, I mean, it is pretty safe to say, and it's pretty fair to say, that Awesome at this point of time is basically the king of Bermuda. They have been consistent in their own ways within Bermuda, and they don't even have to care so much about like Kalahari whatsoever. They did a pretty darn good job right now, and a pretty darn good job yesterday's game as well. So let us take a look exactly how is Awesome going to be placed in the rankings in this game itself. With Awesome first place with a total of 10 kills to their name, and thus leading up to a total of 22 points for themselves, with AV Ligers coming in on the first runner-up with 9 placement points and 6 kills, giving them a total of 15 points, with SAF on the third place, 7 placement points and 5 kills, netting them a total of 12 points, which is the same as Steady Squad coming in on the 4th place. Divinity Esports with 5th place with 11 points, and finally Secret Movement at 6th place with 8 points. And that is the first half of this leaderboard.
Yeah, and Awesome able to kind of pull themselves back a bit after a pretty slow start to the day, but watch and learn will kick things off on the second page. 7 points, 7th place. Wheels in 8th place, 6 points. Bloody Hairs in 9th place with 4 points. And 10th to 12th will be Auto Knockout, Geek Fam, and STP Son of a Guns, all respectively with 1 point in the bag. Tough one for Geek Fam and Auto Knockout. This is definitely not the result that they hope for, especially if you're in the shoes of Geek Fam. 2 times in a row, complete deja vu, same script, different day. They have to kind of find a way to bounce back in their in their next 2 rounds of day number 2.
And just like that, this has been an amazing game between Group A and B, and perhaps we'll be able to see something a little bit of a repetition when it comes to yesterday's games. Would we be able to see once again B versus C in a sense whereby C is going to be dominating again? Because I really hope that that is not going to happen. I really hope that we'll be able to see something a little bit different, especially since we have the introduction of Purgatory. Because Purgatory may very well be one of these teams' master map.
Yeah, and I think, you know, as a new introduction to the entire map pool, it also opens up a lot of possibilities for the teams to kind of play around, right? We saw how the first map where we had on Purgatory, where we just end up having this very tight and contained area, you know, under a bridge for that final circle, and it really also tests the team's decision making, where you have a big archipelago and you have a small island. Where do you want to head to? Can you predict the circle correctly? Because how the save zone moves is really going to impact your ability to fight towards the later stages of the map. There are more choke points to be gatekeeped, and we saw all that examples being demonstrated in our very first opening round of the day. And even though we ended up having a really insane clutch from Steady Squad, but still the main focus is primarily on how these teams make the call on traversing around the map as the safe zone progresses.
I believe that AB Ligers has also made a pretty good move, and that was to completely occupy the main building inside of the 4th circle. There was literally only one building in the 4th circle, and they decided to just go for it. They went for it. They managed to wipe out quite a decent amount of members inside, and that is very likely going to be one of the main driving forces that pushed them onto the first half of the leaderboards. So ultimately, kills definitely do matter. So whenever you have the chances to, or rather whenever you have the choice to, you may want to shed some blood, because the blood of the enemies is, of course, one way that you can get yourself some monetary value.
I definitely cannot agree more, you know, and I think it also puts a lot of emphasis on being aggressive, right? I think we did talk about it yesterday, and the first map on Purgatory was a great case study where Views, they didn't get first place, but they've got so much kills. It made Steady Squad's Booyah look less significant than it should be. In fact, I think Views got almost 20 plus points, so they were still slightly behind Steady Squad, and you would expect the lead to be much larger, but that was not the case because Views got more than 10 kills in that game itself.
And what can I say? I believe that the next game for B and C, when we introduce Purgatory and Bermuda, maybe Bermuda is going to be the same. But Purgatory, knowing how Purgatory works, there is always going to be a little bit of a difference, and of course how the players is going to be moving around the map a little bit different. Because this time, we do have zip lines as similar to Kalahari, but when it comes to understanding the entire map itself, we do have a little bit of an out of bounds areas, and of course areas that's a little bit tough to play. We do have more dead zones and blind spots, such as under the bridge, around the coastal areas, all this kind of stuff. You can just hide yourself inside of crevices, and that is going to be one of the biggest problems when it comes to players, because they need to be extra careful and cautious about their entire surrounding. There's too many trees, there's too many ridges, there's too many, well, waters, in fact, as compared to Kalahari. So they gotta have to have a little bit of a change of pace. how they move from places to places when it comes to getting the looting ideas, such as going from Central to Fire Brigade to Lumber Mill, or perhaps even from Moat House to Fields if they want to play it safe, or perhaps just even going to Ski Lodge is going to be a safe play. But analyzing how the other team plays is also going to be one of the most important things to do, because if you want to snipe people who wants to play passively, you know what to do.
Yeah, and I think it also makes the game much more interesting when you start introducing individual pieces of land instead of just a whole continent, right? And I think Purgatory does just spice things up a bit, because when you have all these split islands, it kind of plays into the heads of the players where should we occupy this area, and there are a lot of other teams who might think the same, which is why we get like a huge cluster of 7 to 8 teams just battling it out before the third or fourth circle. Maybe there's still going to be more to be seen. We still have a lot of Purgatory coming up today, but for now let's pass it back to our lovely hosts IC Baby and Danny Lee and see what they have to say for the first 2 rounds between Group A and Group B. Gentlemen, ladies, take it away.
All right. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here, and amazing stuff has begun here. Thank you so much to our amazing 2 casters here for the amazing game thus far here. We saw a lot of interesting ones here, but for those guys watching at home here, we have something installed for you guys here. We're going to talk a little bit more in the games here. Once again, my name is IC Baby12. Join with me is the lovely Danny herself here. We went a little bit on a beautiful trip just now, and I got to see Ronaldo in action for a little bit more here. Hoping to see a little bit more from Saitama. So where'd you go?
I was just watching the game. Seriously.
All right, we were watching the game at the same time, no?
I don't think you were doing something else. I was just sitting watching the game. I'm enjoying myself. But seriously, the games were so good today. Game 1, I was on the edge of my seat because it was basically a 3-way. The circle ended up being on the edge of the riverside on Purgatory for anyone that missed out, and the circle heavily favored shots. This was like the perfect circle for him. For anyone that doesn't know, the first booyah of the day went to Steady Squad Shots. He was fantastic. It was a 3-way between Geek Fam and I believe it was
Views.
Was it Wheels?
Views.
I thought it was Secret.
Oh no, Secret movement. Yeah.
It was Secret movement.
It was Secret movement on top of the bridge as well. Geek Fam was right under the bridge here. They were in a 2-man situation as well. Before it actually led up towards like the 3-way showdown. They were like
the 3-way
Geek Fam was
showdown
kind of
to the
stuck.
river. Yeah. But it was such a good game for shots because he was so patient. He was on the other side of the circle. He was just hidden behind a tree and he was just carefully getting, literally as his name implies, shots in. So patient. It looked like it was actually going to be a Geek Fan game at first because they were slowly taking out Secret members as well. Because Secret, they were running out of gas, they took a lot of damage, and of course they had to worry about shots on the other side of the map as well. And I remember screaming in the monitor saying, don't forget shots.
I know, right?
Shots is still there. Of course they don't know it's actually shots, but you could not forget the other person on the other side of the map. But at some point, these teams, they were starting to run out of glue walls, they're running out of space, and shots didn't have to move, these other teams did. So Geek Fam and Secret, they did a good job, but I honestly have to say props to Shots because he was so patient for that final circle.
Exactly. Very similar situations for game number 2 as well in Bermuda here, where we saw a little bit of an interesting showdown coming in as well, because AB Ligers was in a very awkward position here. They were contesting out of compound. They were kind of forced out of the open position here, whereas Awesome was kind of, in the northern section here all by himself, waiting for the right opportunity to actually take down as well. And it came down to the final moments where they actually outplayed AB Ligers here, where we saw a double push coming from AB Ligers with the double vectors. 2 players were sprayed out all the vectors to try and break the glue wall, but eventually failed to actually catch on one of the members here. And it's nice to see how Awesome played it super patiently here after they had a really gruesome fight against Divinity Esports before the final circle here. So it came down to maybe it could be luck, it might be skills, but guess what, ladies and gentlemen here? Awesome being the first team to get 2 booyahs in this league here. So I'm pretty sure they're going to be, skyrocketing their way towards the top of the leaderboards here, Danny.
Well, I think a lot of other teams are going to have to look at Awesome and realize that, okay, you are actually looking at a potential top contender here, because not only have they been able to secure 2 top booyahs, but their performance across all of their games so far has been really reasonable. If they don't get a booyah in a match, they're placing rather high or they're getting kills. I think in this game in particular, they actually managed to get a lot of kills leading up that final circle. So even if they didn't get the booyah, I think they would actually still be able to contest AV Ligers for that top spot for that second match.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is just A versus B as well. I see we still have our next matchup, which is going to be B versus C.
Exactly here. I'm looking forward to see how more games are going to be coming here. But as of now, ladies and gentlemen, here, let's take a look at the overall standings here coming in towards today's matches here. So 2 games has pretty much started as well here. Awesome. Well, pretty much still on the top here. I would say, no, actually they actually shot up towards the top of the leaderboards here with 58 points in total here. They've played 6 matches in total. Likewise for Geek Fam here, is pretty much played 6 matches as well up towards the top here. So they will have themselves 47 points here. Kill points wise, not a little bit that high apparently here. Seems to me placements is the way to go for Awesome in this regard. So that's pretty much their strategy here, and it's kind of worked out for them. Divinity Esports shot up towards the 4th place here. STB Son of Gun is also going to be on the 5th place here. Watch and Learn 6 here. A lot of from new names coming to the picture as well. As Danny, where we are going to be seeing a couple of shifts in terms of the leaderboard here. But of course, there is still Group C has not played a single match yet.
Yes, that's something we have to take into consideration, right? We're still expecting changes from Group C. And I think even if we look at the standings after the next 2 matchups, people in Group B would have an advantage because they would have played both of their matches. So, I mean, at least for now, we have a good idea as to where the teams are currently placing, with Awesome currently sitting in 1st. I think, if anything, that's to be expected. But yeah, moving forward, I'm really looking forward to seeing if anyone else is able to climb up that leaderboard, because I think for Geek Fam to actually shoot up to 2nd place just now, that's a big deal for the team considering how badly they performed yesterday.
Yeah, I think we gotta point this out as well here. I think AV Ligers is gonna be supposed to be the tops as well here, considering they've got 64 points for themselves as well, which is a pretty impressive feat here, because we saw AV Ligers started kind of duked it out and got a lot of kills for themselves as well. Steady Squad here from shots touching with a couple Car 98 action here. He's gotten from pretty sick shots here. I would say, you know, if we were to continue the same storyline coming from Cobra here, I feel like shots might be Cobra 2.0 just from today's games here. Or can he keep up the momentum there?
We'll have to see. I mean, it's just day 2, and of course we've still got 5 more weeks to go after this, right? So well, honestly, I really like seeing the players develop and seeing who ends up being the top fragger over the course of the next 5 weeks. But yeah, I think if anything, keep an eye out on shots, because just seeing that way that he played to secure his team that booyah, it's already a good sign of a really good player.
Exactly here. So looking forward to see more consistent stuff from them as well here, because Cobra is a team that we have not talked, sorry, not Cobra, I mean from Baby Argon as well. We have not talked too much about them here because they've not shown their cards yet, because they are from Group C after all.
We're gonna see them next.
Exactly, we're going to be seeing them later on here. However, ladies and gentlemen here, let's talk about the Booyah team stats for now here. To start things off here, the first Booyah for day number 2 here, Steady Squad here. What are your thoughts on this? 20 points earned thus far from today's performance and 8 total kills here from 2 games.
I mean, that's an impressive number of kills. I think the average across the teams, if you're scoring about 4 to 5 kills, that's how many kills you should be getting if you're middle of the pack. But to grab 8 and also to grab the Booyah, that's a lot of points that's going to be going towards your team. So Steady Squad, I'd keep them on in your radar, just in case you're wondering who you want to be watching out for. Definitely keep an eye out on Steady Squad. These guys are actually rising in their performance.
It might
I mean, even in the second game, they did really well.
They did pretty okay as well. They've got a couple of big kills in that regards to get a little bit of points there.
They lost shots very early in that second match.
Which was very unfortunate too.
Yes.
Yeah, you know, stuff like that's kind of happened as well. Geek Fam was kind of in the same boat as well, even in the first game, doing exceptionally well. You know, Minions was fighting top 2. But game 2, you know, kind of got caught off. You know, we know that we were expecting like teams to kind of struggle in Purgatory here, but Geek Fam was doing it pretty okay.
Yeah.
Bermuda was a map that Geek Fam was doing okay from yesterday's performance, but they kind of got contested in today's games, which was, what happened to them?
Yeah, it was a little bit of a sad game for Geek Fam on that second map, but hopefully they can recover, but we're just gonna have to see what happens next, right? Because it seems to be a curse for Geek Fam.
I know, right? You know, AV Ligers almost very close to getting their second Booyah for that match themselves here.
I know there's this thing you like to talk about?
No. I don't want to read it. I don't know what's
So-called
it.
alien code.
I don't understand. You know, that's why I'm not reading it, because I do not understand what is it on the table here.
Okay.
Probably you guys would know at home, though.
Yes, FYI, if anyone's been wondering, we have been giving away codes for you lovely viewers at home. We only have a limited number as well, so if you see that down there, that's the code. So open up your game, redeem it. If you do get the reward, congratulations. If you don't worry about it. We still have more to give away later on today.
Yeah, definitely here. And we're going to be giving some surprises here to start things off for the New Year's. So better make sure to redeem it as well, because there's not a lot of, gifts for us to take here. So it's a first come, first serve basis here for you guys.
I'm very sure that code is gone now.
Are you sure?
I'm very sure. Our fans are rabid.
Did you redeem it?
No. I'm nice. I don't steal things from the fans.
Danny?
I give things to the fans.
Danny?
What? I just want to watch some Free Fire. What's the big deal?
Lying is not a good thing, you know,
I'm
Danny.
not a liar. I just want to watch some more Free Fire. I
Fine.
want to watch Group B versus C.
Oh, I would love to see,
Yes.
I would love to see Baby Argon back in action. Like
Oh,
Cobra.
I know you're a big Baby Argon fan now.
Come on. No, come on. Anyways, guys, here, ladies and gentlemen, here, we're going to be taking a short break very, very soon here. But before we go into details with that here, let's take a look at the second Booyah stats. Or are we going to take... Oh, no, actually, you know what?
We'll do it later.
We'll do it later. Anyways, guys, we're going to be coming back very, very short here. And we'll be right back from Group B going up against Group C. Very, very short here. So don't go anywhere. Grab your popcorns. And once again, this is the Free Fire MCP League Stages. See you guys in a bit.
A soldier from another world. Faster, stronger, braver than any this island has ever known. They say he bears a curse, doomed to travel from dimension to dimension, fighting tyranny, searching for a cure to take him home. But you took us from our families. You should be scared that he comes for you. And one day, he will choose someone to take his place. Will it be you?
Back, ladies and gentlemen, here. I hope you guys got your popcorn here, ladies and gentlemen. We are back to see more Free Fire MCP League stages here. My name is ICBaby12. Join with me. It's gonna be Danley here. We're gonna be talking to you guys because why? We are gonna be giving you guys some goodies. Early on, we did give some alien code in alien language, which obviously I do not know how to read.
It's called a redemption code.
It's a secret ancient language that we have not been able to decipher, okay?
It's only for us netizens. Anyways, guys, we're going to be having more codes to give away later on, so don't go anywhere. Stick around because we also have some really good Free Fire matches coming up very soon. We just had Groups A versus B, and the matches were pretty intense. If you missed out on watching those games, don't worry, you can watch them again after this broadcast. But we're going to be moving on to Groups B versus C. And I know I have the #1 baby Argon fan right here, and he's really excited.
Anyways, here, let's take a look at the replays here from the previous match from today's here. We saw GigFam in a very rough situation here. They were in a prime position to kind of take that #1 spot. But guess what? They got stolen here. Apparently, shots with that insane patience. They went in for the right moment, stole the kill, swapped the rug from under GigFam, just taking that competition for that first booyah. However, the second game here is a different story here.
Yeah, this was a different story. It was basically a two versus two situation with Osum actually securing the second booyah of the tournament. So they are the only team right now to currently get 2 booyahs. No one's managed to get a back-to-back booyah yet. I have a feeling we're going to get at least one team that can do that, but so far, Osum looking really strong as a team. They've gotten their second booyah. Their performance has been consistent up until this point. It's a team that I think you're going to have to keep your eye on.
Yeah, definitely. And on top of that as well, AB Ligers, you know, very close to almost up and contending for their second booyah just now, was a little bit unfortunate here because they were in a very, very tough spot here, considering that they were engaging in a previous fight there in the compound. They had to exit as well, despite all the glue walls here. They made all their effort as well, even sprayed out every single attempt to actually take them out, but eventually patience is key. Sometimes waiting for the right moment to strike is gonna get you that successful kill here. So kudos towards Osum because they did exceptionally well. But of course, I want to bring back the first game here once again here as well. Shots from Steady Squad there, like that should not have happened, but how? GigFam was able to fight against a 2v4 situation against Secret Movement, and it was a really tough battle. They were playing a little bit terrain here. Eye shots helped out a little bit against GigFam, but eventually GigFam kind of just took advantage of the situation, got that kill, and then made it the top 2. But he just could not regain time to Shots, who's just having free open seasons all the way through there.
Yeah, well, technically Shots did have an advantage for the entirety of that final circle because he was the only one that actually had cover. Everyone else had to apply their own blue walls. And GigFam were in a bit of a tough situation as well because they were right next to Secret Movement, right? So they couldn't ignore Secret Movement. They knew Shots was on the other side of the map. So you either do one or two things. You try and eliminate Secret and then you try and kill off Shots, or you leapfrog towards Shots, but then you leave yourself exposed to Secret Movement. It's a tough situation. They did the best that they could, but Shots got the better end of the stick.
Yeah, definitely. And on top of that as well, that's the hard part of Purgatory in that regards as well. We talked about earlier on as well, Circle may end in the river here. It might be either sides here. We saw a couple of teams kind of struggle and debate where do they want to position themselves in the place here. Do they want to go on the island, mainland, etc.? So we saw a huge shift in the Circle, and sometimes it felt like it was a scam. Some of the teams as well, especially when they made a decision, Circle might be here, guess what? It pulls you right out of the compound. It's just super, super unfortunate. So sometimes it's skill, sometimes it's RNG. That's why stock up those glue walls and make a bridge in that regards.
Yeah, I suppose. Just, I don't know, I've been looking at all of the matches and so far it seems that the Circle just favors the single team.
Definitely here. And of course, Purgatory here, we're going to see even more here, but this time let's take a look at what Group B and Group C is going to be duking out here. But before that, we have 2 amazing casters going to be taking you to the journey of how it's all going to go down here in day number 2. Let's welcome Mr. Husky and Mr. Abstract. Take it away, boys.
Yes, thank you very much, ICBaby12 and Danley, our 2 amazing hosts. And of course, we're getting ready for Group B and C in this second day of the first week of the MCP Major. My name is Husky, and of course I have my trusty co-caster beside me, all the way in the parallel nation of Singapore, Abstract.
Oh, greetings to every single one of you guys. I hope that you guys are at home, nice and, well, comfy on your couch, chairs, tables, whatever that you are lying and sitting on, enjoying the Free Fire MCP Majors Season 1. And I hope that the results has been really kind to you so far, because I mean we've went through quite a little bit of a good amount of victories from different nations, and so if you're from Malaysia, you're probably gonna be happy. Philippines also gonna be happy. You guys are just gonna be rejoicing once you guys realize that, hey, booyahs are pretty well spread out, so there is no clear indication of winners just yet. The crown is for literally anyone and everyone, not literally everyone, but for anyone right now, so because we're still gonna take some time to let that unravel, if you get what I mean. But enough with all of that spiraling downhill of a conversation. I hope that those people that are watching, make sure that you guys make full use of the comment section on the left side, right side of the screen, and let us know who you are rooting out for, which team, which country you're rooting out for. And of course, once again, if you see any codes on the screen, please do take note of them, or perhaps even write them down on a piece of paper or even on a notepad and input them in www.reward.ff.garena.com. And without further ado, let's take a look at match number 1 of B versus C here in Purgatory.
And a pretty standard flight path from north to south, straight down the middle. Expecting a couple of squads to end up in Brasilia, and whoever drops down is gonna probably be looking for their first blood. And it seems like there's a handful of squads trying to make their way down to that area. Secret Woman would probably be the first team to land. Also, Baby Argon. We also have Freedom Rumble as well. They are going to be at the outskirts, so a bit of an open area. And if you are in the shoes of Freedom Rumble, you probably would want to quickly loot what is available around there and make your way to a safe zone. Whereas for Views, they would just take the corner of the map to start things off.
And in the meantime, it does seem like auto knockout Mr. D finds himself with a volley of lead all the way from the other side of the archipelago, only to be taken down by NBA lore. And just like that, you wouldn't want to be taken down in that kind of scenario, but unfortunately, he did. Mr. D is now down for the count, and we are missing a couple of players in this game just within the first 30 seconds of the game starting.
Man, a rough start for auto knockout. The last round on Bermuda between A and B was not the best for auto knockout, and to start things off B and C by losing Mr. D, things are just going downhill for them. But Freedom Rumble, they're under heavy fire by Supreme Assault Forces, but Cobra Cops from behind from Freedom Rumble was taken out as well. But Insanity down on the ground, SAF moving into the vicinity of this territory of Freedom Rumble. They're trying to take things off, take this squad head on. One team was able to take down Joker. Freedom Rumble losing out in members. What's going to be the decision? It seems like they want to fight as they do try to go for the flank, but Let's Go was able to catch up off guard, and now it's down to one remaining survivor for Freedom Rumble. Not going to make it out, SAF with a full wipe, but they do lose Insanity in the process.
And it doesn't seem like things are looking to be pretty... it doesn't seem like things are going in a good path for the side of Freedom Rumble. And of course, on the other hand, SAF, with 4 kills to the name already, is pretty gonna be darn insane. And we've talked about the fact that Supreme Assault Forces doesn't really have a really good early stage of the game, or rather, doesn't really have good time yesterday. And today, it does seem like they are doing a little bit better. And of course, in the bracket of A versus B, it does seem like they do have a couple of kills here and there, and a decent amount of placement points. And now, with game number 1 of B versus C, it does seem like we should be able to see some difference from them.
Yep. And SEF, they have kind of been putting up better performances so far, but they kind of moved out from the hierarchy, right? Yesterday they were dead last. They were at the bottom of the barrel, but right now they have slowly moved themselves into the middle class. And no, it is fine if they stay there, at least for now, because we would be okay with them getting showing that kind of improvement. So I'm happy with what SAF is putting out so far. I just hope that with this round and the next round, which is going to be their final 2 rounds, they will be able to continue this consistent result. Baby Argon, though, going to take on, I believe it was, Secret Movement right across the street, and Cobra is going to start things off with a knockdown.
Doesn't seem like things are going to be efficient for the side of Move because they already have one person knocked down. But fortunately, they did manage to go for a 1-for-1 trade, and thus Cobra being able to get that final kill and the lead thanks to that frag grenade. Baby Argon, though, Cobra found himself completely caught off guard by the opponent's side, so he's going to be promptly deleted by the side of Move. And of course, Jim with only a sliver of health. He did manage to get himself from out of all of that danger, though. But Baby Argon, I'm pretty sure that they do not want to mess with Move anymore, despite the fact that they are working with a 3 versus 3.
Yeah, and speaking about 3 versus 3, Baby Argon, Cobra was able to score them a kill, but he was also sacrificed in the process, and this conflict is not going to end anytime soon. As Secret Movement, they are kind of starting to spread out. As Fikri pushing a bit forward, trying to look for Ajim, as if you are in Ajim's side, you probably just want to hide for now and find some space to regenerate, to recuperate, and that's exactly what he did. But man, Flank has to be really careful, though, because his position is very crucial to allow Baby Argon to continue keeping their territory control, and that's exactly his task. Geek Fam taking the zip line to cross over, and they're gonna drop down into the water instead of crossing completely just to throw their opponents off track. Baby Argon continuing the standoff against Secret Movement, but none of these shots are landing. So Secret Movement spreading out right now. It's gonna give them more control over the compound and potentially surround Baby Argon.
And of course, Baby Argon, they're pretty much surrounded one way or another. In some sense, you can say about the fact that they surround Secret Movement one way or another, but because of the fact that they are closer to the western coast of the archipelago, definitely teams that comes in from the western island would come in closer and closer over to the side of Baby Argon's more. But it seems like Baby Argons, they knew exactly what is at stake, and they knew that their position is not the best place possible because of the existence of the bridge. So they hightailed themselves out of there with a vehicle riding up north and got themselves out of Brasilia, while the rest of the teams coming in from the western island finds themselves at the coast for a little bit of a prolonged time due to some gatekeeping issues.
And it seems like SAF, they have kind of made their way into this compound as well. And this is going to complicate the issue for Baby Argon, because right now they already have to deal with Secret Movement, and to deal with SAF, it's going to make things even harder, and one team is just going to go right in, try to take on Manflank alone. The shotgun is there, and he's not going to be able to land those shots just yet. Baby Argon, though, Manflank paying back and getting a bit of a revenge, but it does not matter. In the end, Baby Argon still gets knocked out, and SAF will be able to reap a bit of that kills.
And I don't understand, though, why did they only leave one of the members coming from Baby Argon to stay at the vicinity? They didn't really quite to get themselves, like the entire team of Baby Argon, out of the situation or out of the place, but just left one person there. Not the best idea. Or maybe he just didn't really have any choice at the point of time. So I will give that to Baby Argons if that is their decision making. But Wheels, they find themselves out of the place in Quarry as well, as they're trying to get themselves closer and closer over to the circle, while we are looking at Auto Knockout versus Fast Kill MY. It does seem like Fast Kill MY definitely do have a little bit of that advantage due to being at the top of the ridge, but the time turner is just going to be popped by Shura as well as the glue walls to protect himself from the rest of Fast Kill MY. Luckily for Shura, he'll be safe.
Yep, and so far, we are out of 18 teams. 7 teams have gotten themselves a booyah, so perhaps we will get the 8th unique booyah today. Fast Kill MY, they did put out an amazing performance yesterday. I think their first round, they got the booyah on their very first round. So that is going to solidify Fastq NY as one of the top contenders whenever Group C joins the fray. Supreme Assault Forces so far already have gotten themselves 6 kills, and they are one of the remaining survivors out of the surviving 10 teams. Unfortunately, right now in Brasilia, they are on the low ground. This is going to give them a couple of pot shots onto unsuspecting victims on the high ground, but they're not getting these angles. And in fact, it seems like Fastq NY, they are the ones reaping the benefits. They're taking the fight straight towards auto knockout, and they're winning those fights. Fastq NY has not lost a single member just yet, but auto knockout, they are suffering casualties, and Zen is completely isolated and trapped. And it's a matter of time until Fastq NY sniffs him out.
Fastq NY, they did not lose a single member, but for the side of not Baby Argon, sorry, or the knockout, it does seem like we only have 1 or 2 members just around the vicinity hiding away from Fastq NY, and that is definitely, it was Zen. He is all alone now, and he's just trying to make sure that he's able to stay safe long enough just to play for the placement, because understandably, if you're all alone while there's so many sounds going on about, you definitely want to be, play pretty safe. So Zen, he pretty much gets the idea. The safest place is also the most dangerous place, and that is almost literally under the noses of Fastq NY. They have scooped out the entire horizons. They're trying to look for people everywhere, but they just can't find the last straggler of the auto knockout player Zen, and thus they're going to focus all of their aim onto Supreme Assault Forces inside of Brasilia.
And now we look at the 30 more seconds until we eventually have the second circle close in and proceed towards the third one. So far, the safe zone is more towards mainland. So the only team isolated on the southwestern side of a purgatory will be Wheels. So Wheels will have to kind of swim through, and in fact, we are seeing them on the map right now. They're trying to reach land. They just made it through the harbor and crossed that freeway, but in front of them, it's going to be STP, Son of Gun. However, if you're STP right now, you are also surrounded by a secondary squad from behind. So STP Son of Gun, they're kind of caught in the middle, and they will just have to take on this fight. They have to pay attention to Views first, though. Views will be the more important team, because if they can stop Views from getting further into the safe zone, they will at least have a space to work with and to continue their journey into the circle.
Does seem like SCP would definitely want to get themselves out of there, and in the attempt of doing that, they just got knocked by DE. And we all know that DE, which is Do Easy, they do have really good marksmanship as well. So no matter how much you try to run away from them, you may not be able to do that. But SDP being caught in between of Views and Do Easy is not gonna be the best thing to, it's not the best place to be at. And even if you want to run away from all of that, the best play is probably to allow time to go on, let time elapse, and of course use the circle to flush whoever is on the exterior away further. And in this case, it is going to be Views. Make sure that the circle pushes them away before you move away, because Naz as well as Ziha, there is no possible way for them to run out unless the opponents are too distracted themselves.
Yeah, and any teams who have that have gotten themselves, a place to stay in, a place to bunk down in the center of Brasilia, these teams are the biggest winners, because the circle literally has the entire Brasilia within its vicinity. So you can't expect these squads to not budge at all unless they are forced to, unless they are challenged. Of course, the standoff between Fastq NY and Supreme Assault Forces will continue as Fastq NY, they're also trying to look for the last member of auto knockout, and there we go. They found it. Zen finally eliminated as Fastq NY now secures their control over the area, but you see where the circle is heading towards, a bit towards the northern side. So whichever team inside Brasilia, they have to completely abandon the spot and push into the open ground where GeekFam, Do Easy, and Views have full control to gatekeep the other squads from coming in.
It seems like whichever teams that's going to be in Brasilia, they have to run. They literally have to run and get themselves to the main traffic, which is at the northwestern side of Brasilia. They can stay there a little bit longer, such as Vasco MY, because they know exactly what is at stake. They can gatekeep whichever team is going to be at Brasilia, because we know that Brasilia is, understandably, one of the places with high traffic. So Vasco MY, they got the kills on their sides. They have got the gameplay in mind, and that is to kill, kill, and kill. Make full use of the fact that they are close to the circle and also have the eyes on people inside of Brasilia. They did well. They managed to shut down a single member coming in from the side of Supreme Assault Forces, only to get themselves to the eastern side of the new circle, only to formulate a new game plan or strategy from that point onwards. And for now, the teams in Brasilia, they have managed to get themselves into the circle, but still within the reins of Brasilia.
Yeah, and Fasco MY, like you said, making that rotation to the corner, to the circumference of the safe zone, but they are intercepted by two different teams. So Fasco MY, they were able to stop Supreme Assault Forces from evacuating, but now they themselves are caught in a similar situation. So Stain is trying to just fend off those attackers, and they also have to revive Bat, which is exactly what they did. But VPH Velocity, they are pretty much nearby. So right now, with how the circle is, VPH Velocity will be the center point of this particular safe zone. The Fashco MY, they have to find a way in, because you do see that there is this wall that separates Fashco MY and VPH Velocity. So the only way to gain access towards the center is to wrap around the wall, which will put them in range of VPH Velocity's gunfire. This is not looking good at all. We have not seen Legends Rubble. This is going to be the first time we see that, and immediately it's not off to a good start. Phonics getting knocked down, but he was able to be revived. They are now caught in between this conflict between Supreme Assault Forces, and Secret Movement, and it's a pretty tight area, so one squad would definitely be knocked out.
One of the only places that really gives me some chills, that is literally the northwestern side of Brasilia, because this small little corner of Brasilia is where everyone is just cooping up on, because this is the only place that have hard cover. And at this point of time, once the circle slowly closes out, they realize that this is the point of time that they need to start killing people. And at this point of time, Legends Rumble trying to go for the kills. They have a really good shot with the grenade launcher, but unfortunately, it is also one of their suicidal move, and they weren't able to get themselves away from the building as well as away from the zone. And thus, the conclusion of that fight, it does seem like it is a little bit scattered. We don't even understand what has gone on and about, but this is where things are definitely going to get a little bit chaotic, because the new circle is right smack in the center.
Yeah, and you can see Geek Fam, they're taking those pot shots on the wheels, and they actually eliminate wheels from this game. So Geek Fam, so far, they've started to claw back to the prime position, or to reclaim their rightful spot as the front runners of the leaderboard. They didn't have an impressive performance so far throughout the league. It's kind of like an up and down, a hit or miss. When you look at Geek Fam, it feels like you're rolling the dice every once in a while, but it's great to see, the formal front runners, or even you can say the formal champions coming back to life. Do easy with all full 4 members alive. They're gonna try and hold off Fasco MY's Fasco MY. They're forced to run towards the open, but that is not going to work out, as Bayet will be able to gun down Yun, and Sunny Stain trying to back out his buddy with the glue wall as a protection. He will be able to do so, but as long as Bayet is here, has the window to provide a bit of gatekeeping, is pretty impossible for Fasco MY to make it through. Supreme Assault Forces have been finally eliminated, as Geek Fam takes all the credit, as Bayet is single-handedly preventing Fasco MY from proceeding forward, but Do Easy also knows they will have to reposition themselves, as the Man 04 was able to take down Zach. Geek Fam, if they get knocked out right now, Do Easy will have a great chance to nail that second booyah.
And at this point of time, Geek Fam with 6 kills, with only 2 of their members left, they really need to just try to reassign themselves in the place, or rather even relocate themselves, because they are right smack in between or rather behind FSK as well as Do Easy. But now that the circle starts to shrink, we're looking at SDD. He just tries to go behind, or rather right in front of the enemies. FSK wasn't able to do quite much, but Geek Fam being shot by Do Easy from behind. They are all gonna be disintegrated at this point of time. Do Easy 4 kills, 3 members left, make that 1 member left as all of them goes right down from a single Vector Akimbo.
You gotta be kidding me. That was Do Easy's game. They had everyone alive. Fasco and Y were all clumped up, and they still put out a fast one to the area. What a performance for Fasco and Y. A repeat booyah. This is their second booyah in week 1. I did not expect that ending. When I saw Geekfam get knocked out, I was like, okay, maybe Fasco and Y, this is the end of the road. You know, Do Easy had them surrounded, but I guess I was wrong. Fasco and Y were able to outgun an opponent that outnumbered them at this very final circle. What a clutch, especially from Yoon, who was able to stay alive throughout the entirety of that conflict and net the team that booyah.
Well, that was quite an interesting game if you ask me, because the last fight is really where things started to get a little bit interesting, as well as a little bit haywire, chaotic, because the only thing that we managed to see is the fact that we've got FSK at one side, we've got Do Easy at one side, and 2 members of Geek Fam at another side. So in some sense, you would prefer, or rather you would think that the main gunfight is literally going to be FSK versus Do Easy, but that was not the case. Both of these teams decided that the best way to win somehow is to deal with the final stragglers from the side of Geek Fam, and that means that they are all going to the southern area of the circle, and thus Geek Fam got knocked out in 3rd place. And at that point of time, there was a lot of pressure and of course a lot of things going on about. So Do Easy doesn't even know what they can do. A lot of puzzling mazes coming up from the glue walls also made things easier for FSK to zone out the play smaller and smaller, making full use of the Vector Akimbo, because Vector Akimbo is great in close quarters battle.
Yeah, and it's definitely, you know, it will remain as one of the most used guns when it comes to this close quarter combat. Fasco and Y, again, if it was any other weapon, perhaps we wouldn't have gotten that ending, or perhaps it would have been a Do Easy's game. But nonetheless, let's take a look at the standings so far, at least from this first match. Fasco and Y, 12 kills and a booyah, placing themselves in 1st place with 24 points. Geek Fam in 2nd place with 14 points. Do Easy and Supreme Assault Forces sharing 13 points in 3rd and 4th place respectively. Secret Movement will be in 5th place with 11 points, and Wheels closes out the 1st page in 6th place with 8 points in the bag.
And of course, when it comes to the 7th place, we're looking at Velocity with a total of 5 points. Legends Rumble, 8th place with 3 points. Son of Gun, 9th place with 2 points. And unfortunately, for 10th place and 11th place respectively, we've got Auto Knockout and Baby Argon at 1 point. And all the way at the bottom of the bracket, or rather all the way at the bottom of the scoreboard, we have Freedom Rumble, 12th place, with unfortunately no placement points and no kill points. They got knocked out a little bit too early, and that is definitely not something that I was very well expecting, because, well, I believe that what really happened over there is it was really all about SAF, right? SAF just went all in, all out against Freedom Rumble, and that wasn't really much thing that we can talk about them at the point of time, because they just got completely destroyed. While on the side of Baby Argon, they found themselves in Brasilia, and they can only hightail themselves out of Brasilia for a short little while, only to be completely defeated by the enemies, which I believe was a secret movement.
Yeah, and I think, you know, Brasilia was the focal point for a huge part of this round. And with all these teams in that area, the moment the circle moves away, that is where you will see, you will kind of see how decision making from each individual teams would be, right? How they decide to rotate away from their current location. How do they want to do this? Teams who are deeper in would have the opportunity to gatekeep their enemies, as what we saw from Fastkill MY. They were gatekeeping Supreme Assault Forces for the longest time ever, and the moment the safe zone moved away from Brasilia, they had the first opportunity to hightail out of there while keeping SAF completely crippled and trapped within that low ground compound. So these are the kind of decisions or circles that makes things complicated, but it also shows us which team has the better decision making. But I think, of course, luck does play a factor for a minor part, but majority of it is still down to the macro of this individual squads.
Indeed. I mean, as long as you can kind of understand how the circle is gonna be like, because so far, when it comes to Free Fire, there has been a lot of scenarios, a lot of situations whereby people are too afraid of exiting the compound, because it does make sense, right? Whenever you know that, for example, there is too many people in Brasilia, 1, 2, 3 teams in Brasilia, for example. If one team were to get themselves out of Brasilia and just run away to relocate themselves, what do you expect? The two teams that are inside of cover is definitely going to aim at that one team running away. Makes sense. But when it comes to a point of time where the circle is closing in, no one runs away because everyone is afraid of being, well, singled out by the other two teams. What's gonna happen is something that we have seen in the previous game, and that is the circle flushing everyone out in a single location, and thus chaos ensues, grenade launches here and there, suicidal thoughts here and there, and that is exactly what happened when it comes to Legends Rumble. Pick up the grenade launcher, boom at the opponents, boom at yourself, and the only one surviving is SAF because they didn't even participate in the fight.
And it was pretty lucky pretty fortunate for SAF as well that they didn't get completely knocked out, so they avoided all these major fights between the other teams, right? But it also demonstrated that the position that they were in that particular situation was kind of like a one-way ticket. They had no other ways out. The only choice that they can make, the only option that they have, was to fight Fastkill MY, which was near impossible because they had no angle onto Fastkill MY. So the best alternative was to wait it out, and they were lucky to be able to wait it out with one remaining survivor. However, I believe this is not gonna happen every single round. So SAF able to dodge a bullet and actually making it onto the first page of the leaderboard after a lackluster performance from yesterday. Again, like to repeat what I said earlier on, I am satisfied with their current performance. They just have to keep this up.
So far, when it comes to yesterday's game for FSK, the first game that they played for FSK, they pretty much found themselves not in the best situation. They found themselves somewhere in the middle of the brackets, and followed by the fact that they got in the bottom part of the bracket. On the upper part of the bracket. So they are consistent in the middle tier so far, but there are times that they do pretty well, because I remember that, or rather we have a little bit of information that Fastkill MY, I think 2 games, they did manage to get themselves in the podium series, but right after getting those podiums, it does seem like Fastkill MY is able to keep up with the pace that they usually have. But ultimately, I still gotta say, we can definitely see more coming from Fastkill MY, because once they understand how they are playing and of course how they can get the booyah for this round, they can definitely find out more ways and of course unravel truth to how to beat these specific teams in specific maps. After all, Purgatory is a new map for them in this group. The next map is going to be a familiar map, and maybe we'll be able to see some surprises.
Yeah, I hopefully so, right? We already have 2 repeat booyahs today, and I think it's only fitting that the other teams who have yet to get themselves a win, kind of be a part of the equation, join the big boy league, join the Booyah Hall of Fame. But I think so far what we saw as well is that a lot of teams from yesterday who have put up decent performances, you know, like Freedom Rumble, Legend Rumble, they're off to a slow start. You know, Baby Argon as well, off the pretty slow start. And this is something that I like. You know, I like to see the uncertainty of these teams where they can have one good day and they have a bad day afterwards. So we keep everything competitive, we keep everything tight. And I also would love to see every team, each team, at least get a single booyah, you know, by the end of the league. That has always been my wish. It feels like a royal flush, you know, a poker royal flush, if I might call it. But there you go. We're in Bermuda for the 4th round of the day. So we'll see what these teams have in store for us.
At this moment of time, of course, we do have the flight path that's going to be at the northern side and cutting down to the southern side. Things are starting to look pretty darn normal as it is for now. But one thing that I did not expect is going to be looking at Secret Movement dropping into Shipyard in some sense together with another team. And, well, I don't think that Secret Movement is going to go for an all-out fight against them. But Freedom Rumble is probably going to play a little bit aggressive. On the other side of the map, though, we're looking at Pochinok. Of course, we got Do Easy that decided to open fire right onto Wheels. They did manage to get a single kill out of them, while the rest of Wheels just make a run for it as soon as they can and wants to ensure that they do not lose any more men. But unfortunately, Lee, you're running out in the open, trying to get a bump up from building to building. That is definitely not the case, especially if your opponent is holding on to a VSS. 2 members down, 2 members knocked out, 1 member destroyed, or rather deleted, and thus, with only a last member from the side of Views, I don't have really, I don't have a high hopes for Views right now, because they are getting flushed out so badly. It's kind of sad to see, especially since we're looking at a game that is less than 30 seconds in.
Yeah, I mean, well, what to do, you know, sometimes you just have these unfortunate openings and whatever befell, Game Fam happened to View. So yeah, they just have to kind of be on damage control mode. But pretty interesting is to see how VPH Velocity, they just decide to take the corner, the edge of the map. They actually went all the way towards the southwestern side. So when you anchor yourself in this kind of areas, you have to be prepared to move when the safe zone forms, because it is very unlikely for the initial safe zone to even include, you know, places like Sentosa or Rimnam Village. And it seems like VPH Velocity understands that, so they are moving away after looting. But Baby Argon, a team that had a fantastic run yesterday, but off to a pretty slow start. I want to see if they can kind of bounce back after a poor round 3.
First Kill MY is probably gonna be on a high road to victory now. I do have a lot of hopes on pinned onto them. They have been consistent in their own regards. The previous game was pretty darn nutty, and we can pretty much say that they are well prepared and, of course, pretty warmed up. So they themselves just hiding within of Mars Electric with the entire region all for themselves. They do have a lot of choices and, of course, a lot of opportunities that they can open themselves to. They can bump up and go around the circumference of the island, go on to the northern side, cut straight to the north, or even wrap around the clockwise or the anti-clockwise direction. There is so many plays and so many things that they can do, which isn't even wrong. They can, however, just stay inside of Mars Electric, because everything that's outside of Mars Electric is open fields. Whoever tries to go to Mars Electric can be gunned down by them, and thus shows that camping may actually reap some rewards too.
Yeah. I think it also kind of provides this safety net for teams to not just get their resources, but also be assured that they won't be challenged in the early stages, right? Like if you look at this circle right now, if you are on the western side, if you are, Legends Rumble, if you are BPH who started off in Rimnam Village, you all have to just move into the center. We do have Pochinok still kind of included in the safe zone, but it's highly unlikely that the next circle will have Pochino in it. So if you are Auto Knockout and Baby Argon, you are in the prime spot at peak. But the problem is, when you want to be the center point of a map, you have to make sure that there's no other teams nearby. And in this case, it's between Auto Knockout or Baby Argon.
Auto Knockout, they're just going to be somewhere around the ridge, and of course the one thing that's going to be on top of them is going to be Baby Argons. But they should also understand that at this point of time, they are in the center of the map, and there is a huge circle right on top of them in the middle. This is going to ring really loudly to whichever teams that is around the area. In this case, it is going to be Freedom Rumbles at the Bimasata Strip. And you can see the way their movement is, they're going in closer and closer to peak. If Baby Argon as well as Auto Knockout were to start a fight there, we are going to be looking at Freedom Rumble to run right in and give them a good third-party action. And that is going to become really, really ugly. And in the meantime, we are also looking at Supreme Assault Forces running across vertically onto the bridge you can see in the northern side of Peak. So we are looking at a really congested area right smack in the center of the map. Not just that, Geek Fam is also heading towards Peak. If nothing is done, we may be looking at a really close game, or rather a really fast game, because of the sheer amount of vouchering action.
Yeah, and I think all these teams have a similar idea, and we're about to see a bloody war zone as SAF, they run straight into Freedom Rumble, and McGrory is going to take the brunt of it. Freedom Rumble have them all surrounded, and now everyone's going to bounce out from the cover. SAF completely caught out in the open. The grenades are flying through. Let's Go still able to stay outside the fence, so he can provide a bit of reinforcement for his buddy, but the rest of Supreme Assault Forces are trapped behind this glue wall. They will have to fight this out. Freedom Rumble, 2 down, one team with a huge grenade to turn the tides around, and now the rest of SAF, they're going to go in for the cleanup. Freedom Rumble, can they keep themselves alive? Insanity also fight track. Freedom Rumble not able to survive. SAF with a huge class and one team, the playmaker, wipes out Freedom Rumble, and SAF, they will survive for another day, but they are now in the crosshair of Auto Knockout. As Auto Knockout comes forward, Zen with his own grenade equipped beside this building where SAF occupied. We'll see if SAF can kind of survive the wall that's get taken down by the grenade, as Zen takes out the wall. And with a bang, and Zen just keeping SAF pinned down, which means Auto Knockout now. They're gonna give SAF a taste of Freedom Rumble's medicine, where they are the ones who come in for the flank. Insanity completely isolated, and he knows that he has to take this fight. Pops the inhaler. The rest of SAF rushes in to try and find Zen, but Zen is just ducking and dodging around. He's buying so much time, and then the rest of Auto Knockout, they show up. Zen finally finishes off Insanity. The rest of AKO, they're gonna swamp SAF as one team also eliminated SAF. Now they get knocked out, and Auto Knockout, they will be the one to be the sole survivor of that fight.
And interestingly, we are also looking at Auto Knockout coming in close to Geek Fam. This is exactly what I'm talking about, of a fast game where all of them just come together and coagulate everything. Just coming in together, the mass convergence because of the sound of the gunfire ringing through the skies. And this is where Geek Fam, they wanted some action, but it does seem like Xzac, he's trying to run away from Baby Argon's Cobra. But he's now completely out in the open. Auto Knockout from the other side of the ridge is definitely going to have their eyes on the Baby Argons. And everywhere they go, everywhere they look, is going to have some opponents one way or another. So Baby Argons understands the current situation that they are at, and of course the current position where they are. They are gonna be in a deep, deep trouble if they continue upwards north. So they have went back into the main part of Geek, destroyed and deleted 2 of the members coming from Geek, and this is where they are just gonna be holding up in Peak.
And this is just exactly what we expect to happen, right? This a congestion of squads within such a small area, it is bound to be chaotic. Baby Argon, they eliminate Geek Fam, so this is going to make things easier for Baby Argon, but STP Son of Gun now getting gunned down by Do Easy, a team that has been putting on consistent front-runner right performance so far. Mano 4 also takes down Nas, and I think the remaining survivor of STP Son of Gun is going to be Ziha. He will try to get as far away from Do Easy as he can, but I don't know why he turns right back, tries to take on 4. He does down Bayet, but he's not able to confirm the kill. And Do Easy, they want to end this show right here, right now. Ziha forced to fight against 4 members of Do Easy, and it's not gonna happen. Soda Great takes him out, and that is all she wrote for STP, Son of a Gun.
And of course, it kind of seems as though that the amount of power that that they went in for is kind of huge, to the point that it kind of seems like a double-decker bus just riding right in front of a person and just making him explode into pieces. That is kind of like the analogy you can expect. All of them rushing onto a single person. There is nothing that you can do. Every single corner that he is at, there is an opponent, and all of them with the barrel facing against him. There was really nothing else that Son of Gun could have done at that moment of time. But speaking of guns and barrels, we've got Cobra that's going to be using his Dragunov, and of course, he got his eyes onto the enemies, and that is going to be auto knockout. He is the sole sniper for his team at this moment of time, or rather the support sniper right now, so he's definitely going to be able to give up some information to his team. I don't think that they're going to make any movements from here onwards, because it is very likely the best place that it can be for now. So the more sound that they make, it is going to put them in a more vulnerable position. So just stay still, hang tight, only open fire once people go out in the open trying to run away from the circle. No point shooting them while they still have cover.
Yeah. VBH Velocity, they are the team that started off at the very corners of the map at Rimnam Village. They took like a long detour to make it into the safe zone, so it is pretty understandable why they were not involved in majority of the action that we had so far throughout the game. Auto Knockout were able to flush out Geek Fam, so they do gain themselves a decent place to a decent compound to work with. Actually, Auto Knockout, they didn't knock out Geek Fam. It was Baby Argon who knocked out Geek Fam. But yeah, Auto Knockout, still on this low ground, all these teams have the circle in their favor, but you still have to pay attention to the location where AKO, VPH, and maybe Argon are right now, because that is currently the central point for this current safe zone. Whereas for Do Easy and FastQ MY, they're definitely going to clash into each other pretty soon. And in fact, if you look at the map right now, FastQ MY, they're rushing into the compound of Do Easy because they want this takeover. So this is going to be a pretty intense one. If you look at the kill feed right now, Do Easy starting off by taking out one member from the side of FastQ MY, but they also make sure that their members are spread out so that they can take fights from multiple angles. Do Easy so far have 8 kills in the bag, and they want to make it more. They want to make it double digit. Man 04 does go down, but Solar Grace was able to get the refrag, and Solar Grace actually also finds Baby Argon as well. So Do Easy taking on 2 fights at the same time, but they might be punished though, as FastQMY eliminates 2 members. Mano4 and Jembao have been taken out as Bayet and Solar Grace. They now make the call to fall back. They know that they cannot take this fight anymore. FastQMY, they might be chasing for the stragglers though, and it seems like it's going to be the case. Noob is there, so he just needs to get vision of where Do Easy is, because Do Easy now caught in the open and running into the hands of Baby Argon and Secret Movement. They have very, very less to work with.
It does make sense for Do Easy to get themselves away from that vulnerable situation. They are Bayets do have the grenade launcher, and the grenade launcher is going to come into great use once the circle starts to become more constricted, where everyone else is just pretty much stuck in a single area. And that is where the grenade launcher comes into great use and just completely destroys and of course blast everyone into smithereens. And I believe that that is very likely what Do Easy have got themselves in mind. The choke zone is gonna be rather distributed actually. We do have a decent amount of teams and members at the eastern side as compared to the western side. So I'm pretty much expecting that most of the a massive team fight is going to happen exactly at where Baby Argan's house is housing at right now, because that is the closest to the center of the circle, and that is also going to be the safest place to go for when the next circle pops out. But it will only take us a few seconds before we find out where is going to be the new circle, and then make more theory to understand how the next game is going to be like.
And we just saw Secret Movement. They take out Do Easy, so the front runners have been eliminated. So far, only one member left alive, and with 0 kills. We saw them have a rough opening, so you can't really fault them. VPH Velocity, now they want a piece of the action, and they do have Legend Rumble in their crosshair, in their sights. As Taken was able to avoid death. Exact also caught out in that lone shack, where he eventually will have to move out from, because the circle does not include that particular building within it. So Legend Rumble will be the one to make the first move as they as they rotate towards the center, or at least a bit more towards the center, where Fastkill MY, they are quickly converging as well. But with Legend Rumble having control of that, they might be able to catch Noob off guard, as Noob is just running in with 0 information of where Legends Rumble are. He might be surprised, and Legend Rumble opening fire. It's going to be the time turner drop down by Noob, at least for now, as Fastkill MY, they're going to go in for the engage, but it seems like it's going to be a pretty close trade between Legend Rumble and Fastkill MY. Stain pops up with the shotgun, was not able to gun anyone down, but Noob with the Vector was able to down 2 from the side of from the side of Legend Rumble. And Fastkill MY with 2 remaining members to work with. This is going to be a tight and close match. We'll see if Legend Rumble can make the most out of this. They are completely outnumbered at this point. Legend Rumble was separated between a building and a glue wall. Is going to be able to stay alive for a bit longer, and it seems like Fastkill and Y, they're abandoning ship, at least for now, as Cyber, with the blue zone closing in, he has to take this fight head on, and that's exactly what he does. Nuke goes down, Secret Movement pops out from nowhere as they get the shut down, and there we go. Fastkill and Y not able to survive that. It will be in the hands of Taken. It's the lone survivor from Legend Rumble to end it all.
I'm pretty sure that Taken will be able to do something miraculous here, or perhaps not. Being eliminated at an unfortunate number, which is 4th, he's almost got himself onto podium finish. But let us move on and take a look at the current situation here. We do have Geek Fam with a single sole survivor, and for the other side, we do have Baby Argans, 3 members remaining versus 1 full squad. And well, we have seen before the impossible being made possible. So I do have my sights on seeing Geek Fam being able to win. But Secret Movement, most of them already have their eyes on the members of Geek Fam, and at this moment of time as well, it does seem Baby Argan decided to open fire around the members of Secret Movement at the perfect opportunity, and of course at the perfect time. This is going to allow Geek Fam to go behind of Secret Movement, and thus being a little bit more on a covert operation. He's just going to wait for the perfect opportunity and time to just jump right in and kill everyone else. Secret Movement with 2 members down, but unfortunately for the side of Baby Argans as well, they did suffer a little bit of casualty on their sides. Exact coming from Geek Fam, it takes 1 down, which is Fikri, as the last member remaining from Geek Fam, getting with himself a single kill definitely is a good thing. While in the meantime, Geek Fam tries to enter into the building, but wasn't able to do so, as it is immediately deleted by one of the members here coming in from Secret Movement. And all in all, Secret Movement, they managed to put down quite a maze for Baby Argan. They also made sure that Geek Fam is being accounted for, and thus Secret Movement being able to win this map here against in the match group of B versus C pretty convincingly.
I'm not gonna lie, Geek Fam had a chance to take this away, to sneak this one away, as Zach came in from behind for the backstab, but Secret Movement finally getting themselves their first booyah. It's been a long time coming, and I think they do deserve it, because so far up to this point, or up to before they got this booyah, Secret Movement has always been in the background, right? It always felt like Secret Movement didn't really show too much. They got knocked out pretty early on. They didn't really have decent score. So it's great to see them get this booyah in this round. does lift them up a bit, and it also puts them in one as one of the main contenders. Which if the other teams underestimated them early on or felt like Secret Movement was a non-factor, there you have it. They also have their moment of brilliance.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta give it over to them. When it comes to Secret Movement, I honestly didn't think that they will be able to make it out alive because their current position is just so vulnerable. We can say that Geek Fam, they only have one member left, and yes, Baby Argon had three members. But if you think about it, if they are in the center of the circle, if they do not keep their eyes onto Geek Fam, they can be completely outgunned and of course caught completely off guard when Baby Argons has gotten their attention from the front and also with Geek Fan coming in from behind. But still, congratulations over to Secret Movement. They managed to win that pretty convincingly at the final parts of the circle. So let us all take a look at the points. With Secret Movement coming in on first place, 7 kills to themselves, yielding a total of 19 points. While Auto Knockout, second place, 9 kills, 14 points, which is on the same level as Baby Argons, getting themselves in rank number 3 with 9 placement points, 5 kills, with total of 14 points. Do Easy and Fast Kill MY also do have a tiebreaker over here with 4th place and 5th place respectively at a total of 11 points, and Geek Fam with 6th place at 9 points.
Yeah, with how Geek Fam started the round, it was quite impressive that they were able to still get some points and a third place finish. But second place, Legend Rumble in 7th place, 8 points. VPH Velocity and Views, they both share 4 points in 8th and 9th place. Supreme Assault will occupy the 10th spot with 3 points, with STP Son of Gun in 11th place with 1 point. And Freedom Rumble, unfortunately, they got nothing out of this round.
Man, oh man. I think that isn't this the second time that Freedom Rumble. Yeah, this is the second time in a row that Freedom Rumble were in the like dead last. So unfortunately for Freedom Rumble, they really have to start bucking up. And they are in Group C after all, so they still have 2 more games after this. While most, or if not, I mean like Group B, they will phase away for today's game, introducing Group A back because we are done with Group B. Group B has played 2 games, or rather 2 group games already. So, well, I'm gonna be really interested. A versus C. Maybe we'll be able to see some dominations from the side of A because yesterday's game, it was kind of like when it comes to A versus C, there are feats where Group C is relatively strong, but there are times where Group A just came out from absolutely nowhere as well.
Yeah, you can kind of say that Group C was the main character, right? They came in, they were the one who took most of the screen time, they had the spotlight. But today feels a bit different, no? It's not just about Group C, but all the other teams also put up a showing that is equal, that is on par as what we saw from Group C alone yesterday. And this really spices things up. We have Supreme Assault Forces improving the performance compared to yesterday. We have high performing teams from yesterday not really showing up much today. Geek Fam, again, it's either they come close or they bomb out. Freedom Rumble and Legend Rumble, pretty rough game as well. But then you have Secret Movement, who went from not really having much of the limelight to getting a booyah just now in a pretty intense three-way fight as well. So I think the warm up is starting to benefit all of these teams, and now we're going to really see them unleash their full potential and what they're capable of as we proceed throughout the entire league.
And I'm just looking through like the entirety of Group A versus Group C, where it does seem like we are looking at a pretty stacked game, right? Because we're looking at Baby Argon, Do Easy, Bloody Head, Divinity. Actually, speaking of Bloody Head, they haven't been that consistent in terms of being at the upper half of the bracket. Game number 1, we do have Bloody Heads, which is at 8th place. Game number 2, Bloody Heads is at dead last. Game number 4, we do have Bloody Heads that is going to be at, I can't find the name. I think Yeah. Okay. So the main thing is that Bloody Hands, they haven't been doing well at all. They are always at the bottom half of the scoreboard. But for my understanding, Bloody Hands is actually not that bad of a team. Mark is a amazing sniper, and whenever you get him on a grenade launcher, he blasts people away. There has been times that I've seen Mark just go completely ham on sniper, just knocking people down over and over and over again. Alas, he didn't get the delete kills, but he sure did a lot of nutty shots. So I'm really looking forward to see Bloody Heads get back into the game and show us exactly what they're made of.
Yeah, and I think that's a pretty good point that you brought up, right? Even if Bloody Haze got got a decent position, or a decent compound to work with at the start of the round, they haven't been able to convert that into an advantage or into something that allows them to survive until the later stages of the round. I think we saw in the opening map on Purgatory where Bloody Haze they had cover in Quarry, right? The most corner part of the map, and they were flushed out by views, which in an unfortunate takeover. So you can kind of say that Bloody Haze are still in the position of SAF or Secret Movement yesterday, and they are the remaining team, or at least they are one of those teams that have yet to showcase what they're capable of, or they have yet to make any changes that would benefit them in the long run. So perhaps having these 2 rounds of break in between is going to help them learn more about the other teams and be prepared for the final 2 rounds coming up later on.
Do you so far have any, general ideas, or rather a general suggestion to most of these teams on how to improve? Because it does seem like so far the only thing that I can I can tunnel vision on, it really is all about movements and positions.
Yeah, and I think that is one of the factors, but also familiarizing yourself with the common drop spots or the default drop spots of your of the enemy squads will give you a bit of intel on how they rotate. As the league goes on, you would kind of see the patterns of your opponents. Do they like to go for those late rotations? Do they like to go for those really wide rotations where they've just followed the edge of the safe zone to gatekeep, or do they prefer to go towards the center of the map from the get-go? These kind of information needs time, a lot of time, and attention to detail to gather, especially when you're a player. But I believe knowing these minute details would allow the teams to perform better in the long run as well. Because if you can kind of get a hint of your enemy's habits, you can use it against them, right? If you know that the team likes to move into the center early on, you can ambush them there. If you know that there are teams that like to rotate late, you can probably gatekeep them or catch them off at choke points. So I believe one of the ways to improve is to learn how your enemies play and use that information to your advantage.
Absolutely. I think it does make perfect sense. I mean, in all, there are times that you are looking at luck and chance, especially when it comes to circle. That is definitely not something that you can control. But if there are things that you can control, you would definitely want to put out all the effort to do that. And as long as you have got a control, understanding how the opponent moves, then you can wipe them out, especially if you know there are the common drop spots. If there is a certain teams that you will want to kill, then look out for the kill feed and make your decisions from there.
Yep. And with that being said, we still have more action coming up. It's going to be between A and C in both Purgatory and Bermuda. But before we go to the final lap of the second day of week 1, we're going to throw you back to our lovely gentleman and lady, Dana Lee and IC Baby 1-2, and see what they have to say about the last 2 rounds. Guys, take it away.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here, and hope you guys enjoyed that game here. It was insane, ladies and gentlemen, here. But Danny, I gotta ask you this. Did you see what happened that game? Because that was crazy. Fast kill and why with that clutch play there? I did not expect that to happen at all. Danny, what are your thoughts on that?
So, for anyone that just tuned into our most recent game, game 4 of the day. So So Fast Kill MY, we know yesterday they had basically their victory stolen away by Baby Argon. Now they did get their revenge because again, they ended up being lined up with Baby Argon. This time, they were much more prepared. They didn't panic as much. They had a compound to use going into that final circle. They also had to deal with Geek Fam, which they did find eventually. Unfortunately for Geek Fam, they did end up in 3rd place for that matchup. But it just felt like the team overall today, they just felt calmer. Their decision making was on point. They were very, very in sync, which I feel like was a massive improvement over yesterday, where it just felt very messy when it came to that end game conclusion where they decided to rush into Cobra. But this time, much more coordinated, slower. They had blue walls, they had backup ready in case they needed to get the revive in, and they finally got their booyah.
Yeah, I really loved how it all happened as well. On top of that as well, Secret Movement is another team we gotta be watching out for as well, because they've found their footing a little bit more. They've been more consistent in the final circles here as well. We saw them actually making their way into the top 3 finish as well, despite not taking the booyah, but eventually they were one of the teams that got 2 booyahs for today. So, today and yesterday in total here. But before we get a little bit more here, as of now, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at Secret Movement's placements, because right now they are topping their charts. They've got 2 booyahs, 50 placement points, 33 kill points, and that's going to be summing up to 83 here, taking down the #1 spot from yesterday. Look at this, Secret Move, #1 on the spot now, wow.
Absolutely, and you can already see that for Secret Movement, they have so many placement points. They have 50 points, and the closest team is actually Geek Fam, surprisingly enough, who's sitting at 45. They're a little bit less in terms of kills, but they are ahead of most of the competition. So Secret Movement, definitely a team that you'd be wanting to look out for. Just a reminder as well, folks, this is just for our 4th game of the day. We still have 2 more between groups A and C. All the teams that were MB have concluded their matches. So wherever the Team B teams are right now, this is where they're going to stay. But we will still see some movement in the brackets.
Yeah, definitely for sure here. But in this case as well, Baby Argon, they've just started their whole journey here. They pushed down to his top 7 from top 3 early on here. I know I'm talking about Baby Argon a little bit more, but of course they've only played 2 games thus far. There's gonna be 2 more for them. Will they be able to maintain their top spot in the top 3 from yesterday's performance here? Because right now we see huge major leaps here coming, especially for teams like Views, Geek Fam, Fast QMY, and also Secret Movement here. They're hoping to take the top #1 spot. Not to mention as well, Auto Knockout as well has been very consistent in the games, in the just now's games as well. We saw them maintaining the top 5 here. But that's pretty much it for the first half of the table here. Let's take a look at the second half here. This is going to be the bottom 8 for the team here. We see Divinity Esports going to be taking the charge here. We did see a very consistent run coming from Divinity Esports in yesterday's game. Today, however, I felt a little bit lost here because we didn't see too much from them. It seems like they are struggling in terms of their positioning here. However, they did still get a couple of kills here and there, Danny.
Yes, I do believe we're going to be seeing Divinity again playing in the A versus C bracket, so we could still see some change from the team. But so far, they're in the middle of the pack, and most importantly, they are still top 12. That is probably their biggest goal as of now. So as long as they stay above top 12, the team's going to be relatively okay in terms of positioning. But the moment you start dipping under that 12th position, then maybe that's going to have to be where you need to switch that light on and say, okay guys, we need to play this really seriously.
Yeah,
now.
Speaking of which here, Steady Squad here, they finally meet the borderline of the 12th mark here as well with solos. With shots here, kind of, taking the lead a little bit here, getting a couple of really good placements here. They have kind of made their way in the top 12 position here, but can they hold down the fort here? Because as of now on the bottom side as well, we see Legend Rumble pretty close, chasing neck and neck in terms of points as well. So I'm looking forward to see can they maintain a little bit more here. Meanwhile, for the guys watching at home as well, we're going to be taking a very, very short break here, and we'll be right back with the next group here. It's going to be Group A going up against Group C here. I know you guys are looking forward to it here. Let's take a short break for now, but because as of now, my name is ICBaby12, that is Danny, and this is the Free Fire MCP League Stages, day number 2 in this first week. We'll see you guys in the next one. Hey, welcome back. Told you, just take a short break here. We want to keep things excited for you guys watching at home as well, because we are going to be jumping into Free Fire. More games to come here for you guys watching at home as well. Here, once again, welcome back. If you're just tuning in here, this is the Free Fire MCP League Stages here. First week, day number 2 is happening on its way today here. But before we get a little bit more into the game here, let's take a little bit of the replays, a recap of what has exactly happened in today's performance here. Danny, why don't you take this away?
Yes, okay, so let's take a look at the highlights. This is for Group B versus C for anyone that might be wondering. And I have to say the endings for all of these matches were absolutely insane. So this was actually our second game of Group B versus C. It was one player left from Baby Argon essentially. And if anyone that remembers yesterday, Baby Argon, they stole the Booyah away from Fastkill MY, but this time they finally managed to get their revenge. This match, on the other hand, is the first game of B versus C, and Do Easy, we're going 1-on-1 versus Ligers, and oh my goodness, absolute beautiful team fight coordination.
Yeah, that was amazing to watch them as well here. We saw Do Easy kind of picked up their momentum a little bit more compared to yesterday's games here.
And this is their second Booyah as well.
Exactly. So for them to be able to like kind of steamroll and showcase their skills here, this is pretty impressive here, considering that we saw invited teams kind of struggle a little bit more in the following weeks here. But hopefully the strategies is going to review themselves a little bit more here. I'm surprised that Purgatory being in the mix here, especially when teams are kind of like this their first time encountering each other here. We saw a lot of I would say strategy fixes over the matches ago. You can see more refined movements, more refined tactics coming into play here. And I'm looking forward to see more here, because ladies and gentlemen here, next up for you guys installed, it's gonna be Group A going up against Group C. This is gonna be an interesting one here, because as of now, Group A is pretty much in the middle of the pack in a sense where they kind of have like this morale going on. It's like they start things off, they have to warm things up a little bit more. In between, they can kind of study their opponent, take a breather, or figure things out here. So Group A has that kind of advantage in a sense where every game they play is more refined compared to the rest. So it might be a huge factor here, because Steady Squad is a team that we got to be watching out for, because they got that insane booyah there.
Yeah, so we did have Steady Squad getting their first booyah essentially in the first half of the day. But then we also need to see how Baby Argon are going to do as well, right? Because they've only played their first round. This is technically going to be their next round of matches. Is Baby Argon going to remain at the top of the bracket? Because I believe yesterday they were third, weren't they? Yeah, so Baby Argon are pretty high up there in terms of their positioning. So is it going to be the exact same thing? Is Baby Argon also going to be one of the top teams? And another team that I really want to look out for is Divinity. Divinity, they middle of the pack, not so high in terms of the leaderboard yesterday. Is today the day that they're actually going to catch up?
That's the thing, right? We've been raving on for Batman for time and time again as well. Can they keep up their momentum here? Because can they live up to their name? I'm looking forward to see more coming from them. However, ladies and gentlemen here, without further ado, I know you guys are excited. You guys don't want to hear us anymore here. I would like to introduce you guys with two amazing hot gentlemen here. It's going to be taking you through the next few games here. We are going to be seeing Group A and also Group C. Ladies and gentlemen here, let's welcome Mr. Husky and also Abstract. See you guys in the game.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again. Of course, this is going to be the last group, A versus C, for the MCP Majors, Week 1, Day 2. My name is Abstract, with me here is Husky, and we will be your casters for today.
Yep, pretty excited for the final 2 rounds, Group A and Group C. A different narrative has kind of spawned from the beginning of the day, I would say, until now, where the teams that hasn't been showing up too much have been performing better than yesterday. So let's see if that storyline continues towards a great ending, as we see this fight path in Purgatory right from the northwestern side towards the southeastern side. So we are gonna pass by this lone island with Marble Works Golf Course and Mount Villa, as well as Quarry. And speaking about Quarry, there are 2 teams who have already made their way down there. It's going to be Baby Argon and Bloody Head. And we also talked about how Bloody Head, we want to see them kind of climb back up, because they have yet to show that result. But this is going to be the first step. Can they survive? Baby Argon, one of the front runners of this league so far.
with Bloody Hairs taking on the first frontal battle against Baby Argon. Blank definitely has got his scar on the way and really want to put down some lead and riddle the enemies in bullets. But unfortunately, ZJ is going to be the first one to get knocked down, and so will Blank, and so will Mark! 3 of them completely knocked down in a short moment of time. Pogs is going to be the last man remaining, and speaking of his name, Pogs, complete poggers as they immediately get destroyed and deleted by Baby Argon. This is not the same Bloody Heads that I have seen in the past. Bloody Heads hasn't been that aggressive back then.
Yeah, but I think, in that situation, they had no way out. The only way for them to survive was to fight Baby Argon. Unfortunate start. Oh man, that really feels bad if you are one of the Bloody Hit players. You come in with such a good repertoire. You have a decent portfolio. Not able to show up yesterday. Today was supposed to be your chance. That was supposed to be a statement, but they were not able to kind of stick the landing. So they would just have to sit out this round and hope for the best in that final round after this in Bermuda. So Baby Argon 3-4 points early on. They didn't lose a single member, so a huge victory overall. But awesome. Just now they did see Steady Squad in front of them, but they were not able to kind of be within reach. So Steady Squad dodging a bullet, able to get to safety at least for now. Baby Argon secures the entire quarry, so they should be safe for the next 1 or 2 minutes.
I'm rather surprised how age-centric this game is. There's so many teams that decided to parachute over to the edges of the map, and one of them is gonna be Awesome. The other one is gonna be SS, and they are just inside of Ski Lodge, getting themselves out of there. SS decided to go to the top side while Awesome went down to the bottom side. We are expecting to see Freedom Rumbles inside of Campsite, Legends Rumble on the other side of the campsite, and of course, just in Lumber Mill, we are also going to be looking at FSK. And it does seem like the movement of FSK is going to be going past the bridge and maybe getting closer and closer to Legends Rumble. And that may be the second gunfight that we are about to see soon.
Yeah, and it's going to be pretty scary as well, because you are probably fighting at a choke point. You have that bridge, so Fastkill and White, if they get caught out while crossing the bridge, they will have to brute force their way through. But Legend Rumble, it might be ambush. You can see New pops right out, and that dual wheel vector just way too strong. That's a freebie for Fastkill MY. Now Legend Rumble being very much alerted to Fastkill MY's presence. They'll try to hightail out of there. It seems like Taken doesn't even have the intention to retaliate. They would just give up that unfortunate teammate of theirs, as Fastkill MY also decides to not continue the chase. I like this discipline, and if you are in Legends Rumble's shoe right now, you have to quickly find a place to bunker down, because Fastkill MY, they're not the only teams nearby. In fact, I believe there was also Freedom Rumble in the vicinity, but Fastkill MY Stain was able to take out Taken from afar. That's the second one, and that's gonna force the rest of Legend Rumble to turn back and keep their friends alive. And that means Fastkill MY have completely and utterly baited Legend Rumble into a fight that they cannot win. Fastkill MY, they're not pushing forward for the kill.
This is an aggressive take from the side of Fastkill MY. They're continuing to just run down the horizons. They're not checking into the trailer that they really needed to, as one member sneaked into the trailer and Cyber makes his way out of it and running far, far away. And Cyber is very likely going to be that specific bait. It does seem like he managed to receive quite a bit of flack from the side of Fastkill MY, and Cyber just gonna be staying inside of this small little tree. It is going to do something for him, but as a matter of fact, all of the members coming in from Legends Rumble is just too spread apart, and it is going to be tough. But voila, it does seem like the invisible guardian angel is here, coming in the form of Freedom Rumble. As they take the point of the higher vantage point here for the ridge, they are firing down the muzzle of their guns, completely bringing down FSK. With Stain and Bat being incapacitated, Yoon is the last member remaining, stuck in between of Legends Rumble and Freedom Rumble.
And this is what happens when you don't check your corners. You can see Taken, he's very much alive. He might run into Drag though, and that would be unfortunate. Cyber down out in the open. He's pretty much gonna bleed to death. Unfortunately, no one else from Legend Rumble will be able to save him. But it seems like Freedom Rumble also has no idea that Taken is right behind them. This might be one of the sneakiest play that we've seen in a long time, as Drag was able to net himself a kill at the expense of I believe Fastkill MY, as Freedom Rumble continues to rack up those kill points for themselves. They have 3 so far, so they are the biggest winners between this conflict of Legend Rumble and Fastkill MY.
Unfortunately, it does seem like Legends Rumble understood the kind of situation that they are at. Even if he does have the flank position, he is in no position to push right in, solely because of the handicap that he's receiving. He doesn't have enough manpower. He doesn't have enough firepower, in fact. So he decided to hightail himself out of there, and instead of playing for kills, he decides to play for positions. And in the meantime, since we have the view of the map, let us take a look at this. The first circle is going to be popped right at the northern side of the circle, comprising of Brasilia, Marble Works, Field, Crossroads, as well as Mode House. A little bit of Crossroads and a little bit of Mode House, to be fair. But you get the idea. Since the flight path was very center heavy, and of course, a lot of the players decided to go to the edge, we can pretty much expect that the choke zone is literally going to be in the center point, and that may be the fields of Brasilia.
And VPH Velocity, Junel just constantly taking pot shots from afar, and is not going to be able to secure any kills because his victims from the side of Watch and Learn are running into the hands of AB Ligers. So it's going to be Jaboiwa who start things off by eliminating Clan X. That is going to be really painful if you're on the side of Watch and Learn, because they're now completely caught in the open. Awesome also chips in as well. Venom falling prey to that. Red Panda is going to take out Raymel and V2 as VPH Velocity now exposed to the likes of AB Ligers. Shogun will have to kind of rush forward as VPH Velocity, they also make the aggressive maneuver to directly challenge AB Ligers head on. So this is going to be an unavoidable conflict. AB Ligers, they will have to fight this up, and Jaboiwa will be able to take out Red Panda. V2 trades back, but at the end of the day, AB Ligers will be the one that wins this out. VPH Velocity, they bomb out.
Unfortunately, very, very unfortunate over here. AV Ligers, they have only lost a single member in the form of AV Shogun. And they managed to get themselves 5 kills to their name, and there is nothing more that they can ask for this. And in fact, if they want more, they can run uphill to try to get a kill onto the 2 other members from the side of Awesome. Because Awesome, well, I'm pretty sure that AV Ligers, they know that there are members of Awesome at the other side, but they just do not want to run uphill for that specific battle because, well, you don't know what you'll be expecting. Especially since you are inside of the circle already, you are safe. So might as well just hunker down and just take a look at whoever's coming in from the outer regions of the circle, because it does seem like we do have SS that's just going to be wrapping around towards the northern side, slowly heading towards the tracks of where AV Ligers is, and perhaps even Baby Argons could make their way to AV Ligers.
And you can see now Freedom Rumble and Legend Rumble, they are now caught outside of the safe zone. So they have to kind of leave the southern side of Brasilia and make their way upwards. Unfortunately, if you're Freedom Rumble, you are definitely going to run into Divinity. So this is an unavoidable fight. Legend Rumble will have the easier way out, but they only have, I believe, 2 more members left. So it's kind of a number disadvantage going into the later stages of this circle. Steady Squad and AB Ligers have bunkered down, at least for now. And I believe there's one individual squad at the western bridge connecting the mainland towards the Quarry Island. So I think it was Do Easy. So if you want to hold down on that position near the coastline, you have to make sure that you do not lose control of the area, and you have to make sure that there is a way for you to get onto mainland if the circle closes towards that area a bit more. But it will be a stalemate, at least for now. You can see Do Easy, they have the harbor, and they make sure that Jimbao is on the other side of the island, away from the mainland, just to provide a bit of cover fire. And Watch and Learn will be caught in the middle of it all.
Indeed. I mean, I believe that Jumble does play a very important role. Most likely is based on the crossfiring position. Any teams that tries to overrun the current harbor that they are at, then that is where Jumble just jumps right in, and or rather not jump right in, just shoot away right at where the main body of Dweezy is. It is going to be pretty darn good. But the chances of the final circle being leaned towards Dweezy is gonna be relatively low. I just, just something about this circle that just don't make me think that Dweezy is gonna have a good time. In fact, the circle very likely will head towards the somewhere in the southern area of Brasilia. But in the meantime, very interesting is that Watch and Learn has decided to shoot out the UAV. It doesn't want people to know their location solely because they are all the way out in the open. But doesn't that also mean that the loud blaring sound of... Oh! Speaking of loud blaring sound, the grenade launcher is pretty loud and blaring. Axel is now being knocked down, and Steady Squad Shots is now making his way over to Axel to try to pick him up. But the question is that really the best idea? Because Jaboywa can actually go all out to go for the fight and go for the shots, but SS Lemon throws in the frag grenade, get a really nice knockdown onto Jaboywa. But unfortunately, AV Ligers, they are still able to pick up their darn friend, and it is still going to be a 3-man strong team from AV Ligers.
Yep. And with that being said, AV Ligers able to camp in this attic, at least for now. So as long as they are not exposed to any other teams or no squad have intel on their whereabouts, they should be safe temporarily with 5 kills in the back. Steady Squad taking cover in the same compound as they were under fire, and the AV Ligers, they're just playing slow. Just have to wait for Steady Squad to make a mistake, because this is the perfect trap for AV Ligers to pounce onto Steady Squad. They just have to catch wind of where Steady Squad is, and shots might just be in the line of sight pretty soon. Freedom Rumble gatekeeping the bridge, and they are going to take the fight against Divinity as AV Ligers now. They've finally decided to pull the trigger onto Steady Squad. XL gets down. AV Ligers secure 2 more points for themselves, a quad kill in fact. So AV Ligers hold on to this side for a bit longer as Lemon is now running away, but he's out in the open with not much to protect him other than glue walls and a couple of haystacks. So AV Ligers, they're going in for the chase, but AV Ligers also have to be really careful though, but because of third party. However, they're still able to finish off Steady Squad in the end. Jaboywa gets knocked down and finished off by Awesome, and Chess would be the final survivor trying to survive this third party from Awesome.
Is he able to run into the new circle though? I think that's a yes, actually. I'm pretty sure that he do have the luxury to run back into the circle. In the meantime, Legends Rumble has now been eliminated at number 8, and there are just so many teams left available right about now. But it does seem like Do Easy that is just going to be right by the harbor. They did manage to see Watch and Learn, and Awesome also managed to see AV Ligers. And so, unfortunately for AV Ligers, despite their high kill rate, they are knocked down at number 7. We still have 6 teams left. 6 teams left within the 4th circle. Relatively crazy. And of course, we do have 2 teams that are across the waters. So, it's gonna be crazy. Wait, hold on a second. Is most of the island mass in the western island?
Is it?
Or is it the main island?
Wait, I think that's the main island, right? Because last we saw Do Easy, they were on the western island. So I would like to believe that this is the main island.
The main is the southern island. Is the western island.
Oh wait, it
The
really
main
is so.
circle is in the western island.
So they're separated by the waters. This is gonna be pretty interesting as well, because Divinity, now they are caught out in the open by Do Easy. Maybe them holding onto the harbor is starting to pay off. Divinity now right out with only a rock to protect them. That is not going to be any of any help. Do Easy will probably be able to take them out as the blue zone is closing in. Look at all the stragglers trying to run away. Shura gets down. So now you have this three teams as Fast NY gets taken out. They have to fight at the beside the coastline against Divinity, the Baby Argon, and Do Easy. So the Grey's not really in a great spot, unfortunately. And even though he has the building to protect him, Baby Argon from the high ground will be able to keep them at bay. And if Do Easy goes out right now, it will go in Baby Argon's favor. Divinity only has, I believe, 2 more members left alive. Level 3 vest as well for Manflang. This is a godsend for Baby Argon. So they have to make full use of this.
Manflank does have a machine gun on him. He also have got himself the grenade launcher. So anything and everything could happen. I am just waiting for the time where Do Easy pushes up this ridge. But now we are talking. The circle closes. One of the members coming from Baby Argon has now been knocked down. And the man carrying down onto that grenade launcher has been eliminated. And thus, it does seem like Do Easy may have the advantage of holding on to the grenade launcher. I don't know how is that gonna be. But in the meantime, let's take a look at this. We do have Soda Bricks. It's gonna be pushing right into the face of Baby Argon. They removed the main competitor in the form of Baby Argon. Divinity hides behind the rocks. They return fire. They managed to bring one down. They're trying to go for the next one. We got a flash. Divinity eliminated. The rest of Do Easy just rushes right in like a double-decker bus, just destroying them right in their faces, just exploding them for no apparent reason. Do Easy, once again, with the second booyah in career for the MCP Majors. They are starting to get pretty insane, if you ask me. And I'm pretty sure that they do have some good chance to be one of the top contenders here in MCP.
Holy cow, Bayet with a clutch grenade at the end. Him and Man04, these two did so much of the heavy lifting. It really felt like, Baby Divinity or Baby Argon had this in the bag. Divinity with a great push to take out Baby Argon first, but that final fight, it was all down to Bayet, and he really was able to deliver that result. So Do Easy, second booyah. Out of 5 rounds we had today, we had 3 booyah repeats. This is actually insane. The teams are really kicking into high gear.
Yeah, I mean, we're starting to see what are these teams really good at, and of course, how are they playing, and of course, their consistency, right? Awesome has got 2 booyahs to their name. Do Easy, 2 booyahs to their name. Secret Movement, 2 booyahs to their name. But of course, we will only talk more about that at the end of the Bermuda game, and the host will give you guys a deep dive rundown of it. But for now, let's take a look at the leaderboards with Do Easy coming in on first place. 20 points, alright? 20 points with 8 kill points for themselves. Divinity, right? They came out from absolutely nowhere. They haven't been in podium for a long time, and the only reason they managed to get in the podium this time is because they hid behind the rocks. Whereas they managed to get 5 kills, and the bulk of their points comes from placement points. That's gonna lead them to 14 points. AB Ligers, 3rd place, 13 points on the same high road with Baby Argon at 4th place, also at 13 points. Awesome and Watch and Learn also do have the same tie-breaking score of 9, putting them at a ranking of 5 and 6 respectively.
Yep, and on the second page, Fast Kill MY in 7th place with 8 points. Freedom Rumble and Legend Rumble, they both share 5 points in 8th and 9th place respectively. Steady Squad and VPH Velocity, they tie with 1 point, and Bloody Heads, rough start again. They end this round with no points at all.
Bloody Heads, Bloody Heads, Bloody Heads. It is very unfortunate to see Bloody Hats being at the bottom of the leaderboards for so consistently. Um, but well, I believe that if they are able to consistently to get more booyahs in next week onwards, I'm pretty sure that they will be able to climb themselves back up. But with that said, if they are gonna be at the middle part of the leaderboards for the next few weeks, it's gonna be too tough for them to get themselves out of the lower half of the leaderboards. I really think that they need to change something right up. Something is very wrong.
Yeah, I think when you are in this predicament, one of the ways that can give you space to plan out your next move is to drop in areas where there are no other teams, so you would have a bit more room to work with. You can loot to your heart's content and then plan out your route. But sometimes you'll also run into unfortunate situations, right? What if your opponents have the same drop spot as you do? What if an unexpected opponent visits where you are? I think Bloody Head has ran into this situation way too many times, and it's really costing them some of these rounds. But at the same time, it's also unlucky for them as well. It's hard to balance on the edge of a knife constantly, and Bloody Heads, they would just have to kind of experiment with different drop spots, or when they end up in similar drop spots as other teams, they will have to win those fights to be able to survive until the later stages of the round.
I really think that Bloody Heads, they really need to change their early game strategies, because I've seen before how they play in the mid game, late game, and the end game. They definitely do have the potential. But when it comes to the early games, I believe that one thing that they really need to do, which Husky has already noted, and that is to avoid the early game fights. Find out where you are gonna go to once the flight path has been decided, one is shown. And then while you are in the air, look around you. Is there anyone going to the same area as you are? Is there anyone going to the vicinity close to the area where you are gonna go? Will you expect them bumping into your compound? Or would you want to bump up to them? These are all the scouting tactics that Bloody Heads would very likely want to adapt and adopt. So once they realize, hey, okay, let's go to Brasilia. But no, there's a team going to Brasilia. Never mind, let's go somewhere else. Bill! Kind of situation, you know, because in the previous game we saw Bloody Heads, they are just very, they have their mindset on going to Quarry, because Quarry is the place with rated up drops. They want to go to Quarry just because of the drops. And Baby Argon, they saw Baby Argons going there, but they don't care. So it is time for Bloody Heads to care.
Yeah, and also, Free Fire is such a punishing game when you leave your buddies behind, right? You can't. I thought of one of the ways is you send one or two guys out for scouting. It is doable, but Free Fire is so punishing to that, towards those maneuvers where you can easily get caught out and killed. It kind of discourages these kind of far scouting to open up the areas of the map and to secure compounds, right? So the most passive playstyle might just benefit a team like Bloody Heads. Stick together as a unit, get your loots, and win those fights. Since the game punishes you for going out too far away from your team, so the only way is to go back to basics and just play as a unit instead.
Yeah, you do make a really good point, because remembering back at EMEA as well as a couple of Europe teams, EMEA teams and Europe teams, they do play very differently. They do have a very good idea as to where their opponents is. They do make their scouting rounds, and once they do their scouting rounds, they make sure they hightail themselves out of that before anything bad happens. So they know, and of course they have the information throughout the map. But there has also been teams that they just keep to themselves all the time. They just stick to themselves, just keep on sticking to themselves. No matter where they go, they're always sticking together as a 4-man team. The only difference is when they are in a 4-man team, they are always in the best position available once the circle starts to shrink. It is a complete opposite from all the other teams. Because the other teams, they are in the complete worst position once it starts to shrink. So I think that the positioning plays is definitely one thing that they gotta change.
Yep, and speaking about that, right off the bat, watch and learn. You're gonna run into Legend Rumble. So it's another case of a immediate conflict right after the parachute drop. But Legend Rumble, they were able to kind of survive for a long time in the previous round. Let's see if they can do so in this round as Venom finishes off Cyber for that first blood. That's watch and learn, having the high ground advantage. And there's nothing much that Legend Rumble can do. And in fact, Muske decides to just go for an immediate flank, and he might be able to get something in return though with the time turn to buy time. Venom also joins in, and now Legend Rumble finds himself in a pretty bad position. The rest of Watch and Learn, they're gonna arrive on spot, and Venom, having taken control as Font just tries to high tail out of there using the high tail out of there with that jump launch pad, and he will be able to survive. But the rest of Legend Rumble, they probably have been called out by Watch and Learn. This is going to be damage control mode as Rosso, not so lucky, eliminated by Watch and Learn. It's going to be WNL with 2 points in the back from the get-go.
Unfortunately, Watch and Learn is unable to bring down the entire squad of the opponent, but I think it is okay, you know. Legends Rumble, they can meet again in a while later, because the main thing for Watch and Learn is that they are able to get kills and points without sacrificing a single person, and that is exactly what they did. They managed to get 2 points without any of their members without any of their members dying, and they will take that any darn day. And speaking of which, we are also going to be looking at Baby Argons that is going to be in the same compound as the other team, right inside of Cape Town. And in the grand scheme of things, we're looking at Bloody Heads heading themselves down to the southeastern side of Peak, coming in real darn close to Divinity. A little bit too close for comfort, whereby I'm gonna be crying for Bloody Heads soon if they are going to be last place again.
Yeah, this definitely does not look good, right? It feels like a bad premonition to what's about to come. So Bloody Heads, they have to be expecting this. They have to be ready for a different team. You are in the center of the map. There is definitely gonna be someone else that would have the same thoughts of you in terms of rotation, in terms of the areas that they want to be. So they gotta be ready. But Steady Squad not so ready for Baby Argon. Cobra out in the open, getting gunned down. The rest of Steady Squad and Baby Argon, they're gonna engage in this close quarter conflict. But it seems like from above eliminates Baby Argon. What are you guys? They were not paying attention. What are they doing? Baby Argon, first team to get knocked out because of their carelessness, and Steady Squad, very great execution.
Let's dive back down and take a look exactly what happened. Baby Argons, they were confident. They think that they are able to bring the opponents down because it was a 3 versus 4. But once one person runs straight in, it became a 3 versus 3 already. But they don't care. They still went for it anyways. But the worst possible thing is that the opponents have one person anchored on the second floor. And that is the biggest problem for Baby Argons. Is full headshot city when it comes to being on the higher ground. And that is exactly what happened. Baby Argons has suffered the immeasurable loss because of number 1 being too rushy, number 2 being too impatient, and number 3, well, they just want to end it fast. Indeed, they did end it fast for themselves, unfortunately.
Yeah, just not the ending that they expected. As we take a look at the map, pretty much centered. When we talk about Bermuda, there is not too much worries when it comes to water, because it's mainly just a huge island where everyone is in the center. You can see Freedom Rumble kind of caught out in between Katulusiwa and Bimasaki strip. But Bloody Head, they do see Divinity, and it is kind of what we expected, right? They are definitely gonna run into each other. Bloody Head, they've already have 1 kill in the bag. That is a good start for them. But seeing Divinity ahead, Bloody Head now can replan their route and decide where they want to rotate towards. They are at Kota Tua, so going around the edge of that will buy them more time, as this safe zone is still pretty much in its first phase. So Bloody Head avoiding further conflict with Divinity, they should be able to go around the outskirts, the circumference of the safe zone, and get themselves a better spot to work with as we progress deeper into the round.
Bloody Heads, though, it does seem like they are going off with a different start. They did manage to get themselves with a single kill to the name without a single loss to themselves. And I think that, correct me if I'm wrong, I think that Bloody Heads took some blood away from Divinity.
It
Because
could be.
seem like, yeah, because it does seem like Divinity ran away from Bloody Heads. Initially, what we had was Divinity ran closer and closer over to Bloody Heads. We didn't really quite see what was going on, but at this point of time, the only thing that we can say is that Bloody Heads did manage to get themselves one kill, while all 4 of their members is still alive. And Divinity, and the more they move, the more northward they go. And what is going to be at the north side? It is going to be a congregation of Do Easy, Awesome, and Freedom Rumble. So Divinity, pick your poison.
And I'm surprised that at how deserted Peak is. I expected there to at least be 1 or 2 teams in that area, but it is one of those situations where all the teams, they have the similar ideas. So we see an empty Peak, whereas the rest of the compounds towards the edge of the circle are pretty much occupied. Divinity, now they're gonna make their entrance. They're gonna finally make their entrance. Unfortunately, they haven't ran into Freedom Rumble or Awesome or even Do Easy just yet. So this is good news for Divinity. They just have to be prepared that when they run into Freedom Rumble or even Awesome, who is right in front of them, they have to be ready for those fights.
They definitely do need to be ready. Divinity, they did manage to get a single kill for themselves, and that is going to be credited over to the side of Void Phase. Ganza, indeed, is dead, so that one death is given away to Bloody Hand. The rest of Divinity seems to be running southward, which is away from the main group that is at the north, which is at the northern peak at this moment of time. So Divinity is going to be playing a little passively, and surprisingly, in this entire career here in MCP Season 1, Divinity hasn't really been showing themselves up that much. They haven't been that big of a powerhouse just yet as compared to the other tournaments that we've seen, especially, which is the one that I'm referring to is Tri-Nations Cup.
Yeah. VP Velocity over. They actually entered this round with only 3 players, but all 3 of them are still alive, and this is the moment that we've been waiting for, the dreadful moment for all these teams. We have 5 squads actually within this bird's eye view. Awesome seems like they ran into Legend Rumble, so Phonics will be taken out, and Legend Rumble didn't really have a good start. They were cornered early on, and they had to escape with 2 remaining survivors, but that's now cut down to just 1. Divinity will have to hunker down at least for a while, as Taken just hiding at this watchtower, hoping to not get spotted out. But with how this circle is, Taken should be safe for at least 2 or 3 more minutes. And I'm surprised at how close Divinity are to Do Easy. These 2 teams haven't really bumped into each other yet.
Divinity and Do Easy is just way too close to each other. Perhaps they already know of each other's positions, but they just refuses to fire the shot. Because once that happens, everyone else is going to be alerted. But it does seem like someone fired the shot. You can see that Divinity is slowly making their way towards Do Easy. Caster's Curse going on there, Husky. Caster's Curse. Divinity throws in the grenades. It did not quite land in the face of Do Easy, unfortunately. But Voidface finds himself completely cornered up. He's completely blocked because of the misplacement of the glue walls. And there is no one that could go and help him. God help him! Shira is gonna be the only guy remaining from Divinity, and he had to make his run away as fast as possible, but he's defeated by Do Easy. The Hunter is now the 100.
What a fatal mistake right there. That was so unfortunate for Divinity. They would have had a chance, but that glue wall just allowed a perfect window for Do Easy to engage. Divinity just they had to bow out right now in 11th place, but Steady Squad with the high ground. Now they see Do Easy after hearing all this commotion. We'll see what Steady Squad can bring to the table. 5 kills so far in the back. Jembao is completely away from the rest of his team just to cover more ground. But they also have to be careful though, because Bloody Head is coming up from behind as AB Ligers. They're also taking on Fastkill MY from the low ground. So this is going to be beneficial to any teams who have control of the mountain. Fastkill MY just not able to land those shot, unfortunately, as AB Ligers now getting third party by VPH Velocity. Shogun eliminated straight off the bat.
We got FSK newbie. He's gonna make his way closer and closer to Bat. He really wants to pick Bat up, but I don't think that he has time though. AV Red Panda is coming in closer and closer. He didn't manage to make it in time, but what exactly is gonna happen from this one onwards? Red Panda cooked the grenade at the perfect time, managing to bring 2-person down. It is 1 versus 2 right now. Make that 1 versus 3. Will he be able to bring newbie down first? But the amount of glue walls is just too much for Red Panda to even do anything. But Red Panda took this opportunity to turn things around, turn 180 degrees, took a look at Steam, trying to bring down the glue wall. He brings him down. All of them is dead, and he doesn't even care about a single member inside of the glue walls, as he is a one-man army.
And that's what we call a 1 versus 4, and Coco not so fortunate as well. This demon will be his downfall. Watch and learn. Wipeout awesome. What a spectacle that we saw just now from Red Panda alone. Single-handedly dismantling his opponents as the circle now goes towards the northwestern side where Big Masakti Strip and a bit of Catalytic and Plantation within the vicinity, which means that right now AB Ligers have to immediately rotate up and northwards, which is a long journey for them, no doubt, but we just have to take a while to appreciate Red Panda's effort and the split-second decision-making from this individual player, allowing them to completely catch Fastkill NY off guard. An amazing job from AB Ligers, but watch and learn now with the safety of the circle. They can stay there for as long as they want. Legend Rumble taken, just playing as safe as he can at the edge. He has 30 more seconds to work with before the circle starts closing in. Whereas Bloody Head, now the only remaining team at the outskirts of peak, they also will have to make their move.
It does seem like Bloody Heads definitely changed their play style. They are now safe and away from being the lower at the lower part of the leaderboards now for this game, because they have been safe. They managed to get 1 kill onto Divinity, and very likely because of that 1 kill that they got off of Divinity, it helped them destroy the entirety of Divinity indirectly. AB Ligers, they decide to move forward, and they are going to be bumping up into this building that with Velocity is just holding themselves into. Red Panda may very well be the next person that, well, is going to do some amazing things. But it does seem like nothing happens. They all ran away? No, they killed. What happened?
Sophia, a weird interaction, you know. I was expecting something to go down, but it seems like that's not the case. Fortunately for Bloody Head, even though they are kind of caught out at the outskirts, they do have the high ground advantage. Now the next circle is definitely gonna go inwards. Bloody Head have a minute to figure out what to do with AB Ligers, gatekeeping them, because they have to run downwards, and it seems like the call right now is to use those glue walls to provide a bit of cover. At the same time, Steady Squad, they're also involved in their own form of conflict against Do Easy. Do Easy now caught on the outskirts as Freedom Rumble kind of chips in as well. Do Easy Bayet, he was the MVP for one of the rounds, and he's going to continue to deliver with that grenade to down Lemon, but Lemon will be saved by his teammate. Those Glue Wall providing so much cover, and it seems like Do Easy, they don't have much to work with. And in fact, I think Lemon, Bayet, is the only remaining survivor, so Steady Squad can just wait this out and get ready to take out Bayet when he eventually has to move inwards.
Well. We do have quite a bit of teams that are still pretty healthy. Do Easy now has been eliminated because he's the only last man standing for his own team. We do have Steady Squad that is pretty healthy, 4-man strong. And I believe that we do have Watch and Learn, which also have 4-man strong, somewhere around there. But at this moment of time, it does seem like we also have quite a bit of action that's going to be that's happening in the southern region of the new circle, and the amount of fire and shots being thrown over to Watch and Learn is just a little bit too insane. And you know what else is insane? The fact that they have 8 kills to their name. All 4 of them is still alive. 4-man strong. I can pretty much expect to see Watch and Learn be one of the top few contenders just for this round. Bloody Head ZJ opens up fire, brings Jaboywa all the way down into the depths of hell and puts the final nail in the coffin for their side. But is it really gonna be it? We still have 6 teams available. We do have the grenade launcher happening, coming in from Freedom Rumble. 1 person knocked down, 2 person knocked down, and make that 3. Make that 4. Oh no, it's just 3. With 1 kill confirmed on the side of Bloody Heads. Bloody Heads originally was 4-man strong. Now, they are 2-man strong.
Yep, and just interception from Freedom Rumble, making life even harder for Bloody Head. But AV Ligers, they actually had the prime position to gatekeep. They're at the edge of the circle, and this is the perfect spot to be in. They see Taken. Demon is gonna go down, so at least Legend Rumble with a horrendous start was able to net themselves a couple of points before they eventually bombed out. And now AV Ligers, Red Panda has been putting on an amazing performance so far and intends to keep that now with 2 members of Watch and Learn running downhill, dropping those glue to provide a bit of cover. It's going to be pretty hard to go past Red Panda. In fact, Venom is already gone down. Red Panda holding the spot all alone. Chance comes in for the break, for the backup, and the flank works out. Watch and Learn goes down. Now we're down to the final 2 teams. It's going to be between AB Ligers and Steady Squad, the 2 teams who have already gotten their own chicken dinner. Let's see who will get a repeat in this final showdown. Shots pretty much healthy. Chess as well, and go for that bandage up. Red Panda is already down on the ground. The rest of Steady Squad looking for the final survivor from the side of AB Ligers. This chair takes on the challenge, but fails. Steady Squad in a single day, they net themselves the 2nd booyah.
That is absolutely insane. I was really expecting to see AV Ligers being able to win against Steady Squad, especially since AV Ligers, they did manage to put on quite a performance when it comes to their tag team scenario. They have a single person playing as a support, just covering fire, hitting so much shots onto the glue walls, while Chess, which is gonna be the rusher, goes in with the Vector Akimbo to just bring down the lead onto enemies right in their faces. Because, like I said before, Vector Akimbo is extremely deadly in close quarters combat. So as long as you bring that gun in knife range, in knifing range, that person's dead before you can even stab them. So I thought that team dynamics was supposed to be victorious for them, but I suppose that they were completely taken down by the sheer manpower from the side of Steady Squad. So congratulations over to the side of Steady Squad. They have definitely earned it, and probably one of the most consistent teams that we have for this week.
Yep, as the name suggests, they're definitely steadier today compared to yesterday. AB Ligers they were in prime position. They're gonna defend their spot and get that booyah, but it was Steady Squad who triumphed in the very end, getting a repeat for themselves as well in a single day. That is an amazing accomplishment, and it also showcases their consistency through and throughout. 50% booyah rate out of 4 rounds. That is something to remember. So they definitely need to keep this up. AV Ligers, though, even though they didn't get the booyah, at least they were able to maintain this front runner position, the top 3, the top 5 with decent frag values and decent placement points. They shouldn't be too far behind Steady Squad.
There is too many mathematical things that I have to go through with my head. But all in all, I think just from the fact that there are a lot of booyahs on the side of Steady Squad, I think that we should be able to see quite a bit of score between Steady Squad, Secret Movement, and Awesome. I think that and Do Easy as well. I think that they all can be tied up pretty fairly, but the overall scores is not ours to talk about. The host will tell you guys a lot more about that. But what is our job is to go down and of course talk about all of this. The leaderboards for match number 2 here between Group A versus Group C. With Steady Squad coming in first place with 12 points in placement and 11 kill points, leading them a total of 23 points. Not too far ahead from AV Ligers, which is second place with total of 18 points, and with only a 2 points advantage, they are above of Watch and Learn, which is at third place with 16 points. Bloody Heads is finally turning heads with fourth place with a total of 11 points. It does seem like Bloody Heads definitely did manage to change a little bit of their idea and understand and adopt the different kind of strategies, and that is managing to help them get themselves to the top half of the leaderboards. Freedom Rumble in 5th place with 9 points, and Legend Rumble 6th place with 8 points.
Yep, and that concludes the first page. And I want to just add on a bit, Bloody Heads. It's great to see them finally on the first page, like you mentioned. An improvement that they should keep on delivering. Do Easy in 7th place, 7 points. VPH Velocity in 8th with 4 points. Awesome in 9th place with 3 points. Divinity not really doing too hard alongside Fastkill MY with only 1 point in 10th and 11th respectively. And Baby Argon, an unfortunate beginning. They close out the round with no points at all.
Baby Argon this time, huh? It does seem like we do have a little bit of a switcheroo over here, but I think that Baby Argon's consistency in the past few games, it shouldn't be too detrimental to the side of Baby Argon. I hope. I'm not too sure though. Baby Argon has only gotten themselves with 1 booyah throughout the entire series, but I think that their killing scores should be pretty darn good. So I still got my token onto Baby Argon and say that they are definitely still relevant, but probably still somewhere in the middle part of the brackets. But for now, Husky, do you have any predictions for first, second, third for the end of week 1?
Oh man, end of week 1. This is tough, I can definitely say whatever teams I can definitely say that my pick of Legends Rumble is not going to be in first place because today was a slower day for them. Definitely not going to be Geek Fam, unfortunately, as much as I want Geek Fam or Divinity to be up there. I am actually looking at perhaps Steady Squad. I think AV Ligers had the best chance though. I honestly think AV Ligers have the best chance of being first place or somewhere close, but if you want me to point out just the first place alone, I am a bit worried of making that prediction. The fans are listening, but I would say AV Ligers is probably my best shot right now in being at the top of the leaderboard.
Indeed, AV Ligers, they have put themselves quite on pedestal because they are really strong in terms of consistency of holding up to the podium. They are really strong in terms of going out for kills as well, for what I can remember. And in fact, I think that there is another team that may be comparable to AV Ligers just solely on the fact of placements. And like you said just now, and you mentioned Steady Squad, there could be a possibility that we are going to be looking at Steady Squad as well as AV Ligers in a really close match point. I'm not too sure how close, but just a feeling it may be relatively close, But I'm not gonna be, I'm not going to put too much hopes and dreams and all of that, but I will let the host tell us a little bit more about the final match results and break it all down. Surprise us all you want. So, Ice Baby 1-2, as well as Denali, please take it away and cast us out.
Amazing stuff have happened here today here at the Free Fire MCP League Stages here. That concludes for pretty much the first week of the entirety of the league here. We've seen amazing stuff thus far here, but my goodness here, being the first team to get 2 booyahs in the day here, we've got Steady Squad. The Malaysian squad is pretty much stepping up in today's performance here. Danny, what are your thoughts on the games gone so far today?
I can see you're speechless.
I know, right? It's crazy.
Well, I'm actually really impressed with how Steady Squad did today. They didn't do as well in our previous matchups. They didn't get the booyahs then, but today to suddenly pull out 2 booyahs on Purgatory and onto Bermuda, it's already a big sign that Steady Squad is a team that you're going to have to keep an eye on. Especially with the 2 times that they did get booyahs, it wasn't. I guess the first one, it was a little bit of a gamble, right? Because that was with shots, he was all alone. But the second booyah, they had the whole team there. Again, it's just, you can see that a team is so dominating in that late game when they can maintain the majority of their roster. They're basically tiptoeing around their enemies and they're not needlessly losing allies, which we're seeing a couple of teams get a little bit antsy towards the late game where they think, I have to do this now, when if they sort of toned it down a little bit, just stopped, thought about the moment, and also calculated how many resources they had, things could have gone a little bit differently.
Well, I definitely agree here as well. I've heard rumors as well. I had a conversation with the Malaysian casters as well. They did mention interesting facts about Watch and Learn here, because it's rumored that Watch and Learn is supposedly the #1 team for Malaysia. However, they haven't been doing so well lately. Like in today's earliest games as well, they kind of died rather early on as well here. They even acknowledged and actually posted on social media, they were kind of, I would say, pranking the audience. That was the exact terminology they actually used on their social medias. And guess what? They stepped it on the final game here. They came back in top 3. They got high kill volumes on top of that here. It seems like there is something going on between here. It seems like they might be saving a little bit of strategy here. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, it's not unheard of in Free Fire for teams to actually want to save strats. I mean, they still have 5 more weeks of Free Fire to play. So if a team does horribly during 1 week, so what? If you're able to sort of bring it through in the remaining weeks, then you should be totally fine.
Yep, looking forward to see more stuff here, but let's take a look at the recaps here as we are going to be witnessing the entirety of the whole day for today here. This is going to be a recap of how the moments are going to be happening here as well. Divinity actually made it towards a pretty comfortable position here, because this is our first time seeing them coming back in action here. What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, well, it was Dooeasy managed to get the booyah for this map. Divinity only had 2 players left, and Dooeasy had most of their team remaining, and that final flash at the very end crippled Divinity. There was no way that they were going to be able to respond with a flash like that. This was also the booyah that we saw from Steady, and I really don't know what to say. These guys are really good.
Yeah, I know, right? Like, Steady Squad has been very consistent throughout the entirety of today's games here. Early on, remember, we had a recap where, hey, Secret Movement was a team that they haven't exactly had the flashiest play, but they've been consistent here. They've been secretly getting kills here and there, getting great positions thus far, top 4 finishes, top 5 finishes all the way through here. They did at one point top of the charts here, so I don't know, is it enough for them to overcome all odds and top the leaderboards here, because they've got almost no, okay, they've got a lot of things happening here and there. Here we saw moments from Cobra as well, which was phenomenal.
Actually, speaking of Argon must be very devastated with that last matchup.
Yeah.
Being the first team to be eliminated and also to not get any points at all. Anyways, we've all been looking forward to the overall standings, and this is going to be the standings for week 1. Yes, week 1 has finally concluded, and at the top of the charts, we actually have AV Ligers, who are sitting on a phenomenal point score. They might not be #1 in terms of placement points, but the number of kill points these guys have is crazy.
Yeah, they've been popping off in today's games as well, getting so many kills here. Looks like, you know, coming in the first week here, seeing how their placements is here. This is going to be some the Filipino prize here, because the Philippines are going to be happy about this, because they have the #1 spot as of now here, followed by Malaysia here with Fabs QMI on the 2nd place with pretty decent points as well here. They've got 87 in total here, placement points tying it with AV Ligers. It's just that AV Ligers has been very, very kill-oriented in that regard. Secret movement consistently as well here. They've got 2 booyahs in total here. Placement is definitely off the charts here. Kills a little bit lackluster, but like I said here, they haven't had the flashes of play, but they've been very, very consistent here. But for Do Easy, yeah, this is the team that you want to talk about as well, because today they've been popping out the rabbit hole here, because out of nowhere they started popping off. What are your thoughts on Do Easy again?
I'm not surprised. I mean, considering what we saw yesterday, I was wondering, okay, is this a fluke? Is this team legit? What's going on here? And today it actually confirms that Do Easy is a team that you really want to keep an eye on. The team overall synergy is fantastic. They're amazing when they're actually playing aggressively. That's actually something I really like about Do Easy. Their aggression is very coordinated. I have to say I'm a little bit surprised with Woo's actually being up here, as the team can sometimes be a little bit wonky. They'll be like, so far it feels that they have games that they're feeling really good in, and then other games where they're just sort of, you know, average. But sometimes that does happen.
Yeah, I kind of favor Views here. Like, you know, if I want to kind of play in a really chill game here, go all or nothing situation, Views is pretty much the team to be watching out for, because I feel like when it comes to Views, they're pretty much very aggressive. Every single fight that is presented themselves, they take it regardless of how bad the position was. And occasionally it works out, but sometimes it's just a little bit unfortunate for them, because we've seen them get high kill volumes. Every single fight they see, they go for it, they go for the kill regardless. But at times they get kind of picked off as well. So I would say they're one of the hyper aggressive strat, but guess what? That strategy worked out for them, because now, right now, look at this, they're in the top 5 now.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, of course, we've got Steady Squad, Baby, Argon, Osum, and then Geek Fam for our final 4 for the first page. Argon, they fell down. They were in 3rd place yesterday. They played fantastic. I think what really hurt them was just that final game. And finishing that off with 0 kills, 0 points. That essentially means that they only get points for 3 games. So for Argon, it's a bit of a sore one to take, but maybe next week they're going to have to reevaluate where they decide to drop in, because everything happened so quickly in that last game.
Well, Divinity Sports here going to be topping here for the second half here as well. We've talked about Batman a lot as well here. Batman's a very highly mechanical skilled player as well here. We saw a couple of questionable games coming from today. I'm a little bit worried coming from Divinity here. Will they be able to fix it in time? But all things considered here, it is going to be 6 weeks long of league here. It is after all the first week. We're all talking about testing waters as well. So it's no surprises that teams are slowly adapting here. As the key component is going to be that as well, and as the leaderboard goes down as well, we do see a moments coming from Watch and Learn. I did mention as well that there was kind of like a prank moment, but there was one interesting fact that considering that Geek Fam is actually slightly higher than them in terms of positioning here, Geek Fam is actually one of the maps here. They kind of fell off a little bit early. They actually contested Watch and Learn in Clock Towers, which was, we all know from previous seasons as well, Watch and Learn is pretty much the holds Clock Tower as their territory, but Geek Fam fell off in that regard. So it just shows that Watch and Learn is kind of like a team that we'll be watching out for, because that's what the Malaysian casters are telling me.
The name is literally Watch and Learn, so clearly the team themselves are
I
trying
love
to
their
tell
fans
us.
though. They're the fans, like, you know, I think they're not learning now. They're literally watching
Just
and
watching.
sleeping at the moment. They wait for the right moment and they wake up and learn. So I don't know how's it gonna go though.
That's not a very good way of learning things, but that's okay. Everyone has their own ways, don't they?
Exactly. You know, I'm pretty sure we kind of slack off occasionally as well, right? Don't tell me you don't slack off in your days.
What?
Do you? You don't?
For what?
When we were younger, when you're kids, no?
So when it came to school, I was the kind of person that would leave everything to the last day, but I would somehow still do it.
Exactly. That's not the best advice you should guys be doing here. However, ladies and gentlemen, here, let's take a look at the map here. All brand down here as well. We can see Do Easy. They actually took their winning moments in this particular spot here in Purgatory here, the top left corner in this segment here. Pretty much, I would say close to the river here. It seems to me that, you know, the circle has kind of favored the river's portion here.
Actually, yeah, that was pretty
You
interesting
did talk about it as well.
Yeah, because I hate it when the final circle's in the river, I'm going to be honest, because there's practically no cover when when you have to finish the game around essentially around the river, because you not only have to worry about the river, like you can't do anything in the water, but you also have to worry about the terrain, right? Because the terrain is never flat when you're dealing with the river. So for Do Easy, I think yesterday their Booyah as well was on Kalahari, and it was also on a slope. So it seems for Do Easy, they're so used to getting Booyahs on these slopes. I mean, this might be a bit of a stretch, but the team overall,
Well, it might be a territorial advantage in that regards here because having mastery of the terrain is going to be a key component for securing those kind of booyahs here. In this case, I feel like DoEZ, they've got that one up on them. However, let's talk a little bit more in the next map as well here. We're going to be seeing another team here where we're going to be seeing a little bit more in depth on how they actually take the round for themselves here because a lot of teams are kind of struggling here. And yeah, this is going to be a steady squad on Bermuda. It's pretty centered in the entirety of the map.
It was very flat.
Yeah,
it was very flat. They had a compound to work with as well. Steady squad. I mean, what can you really say? So far, their performance has been very impressive. This team is not a fluke.
Steadily going up.
Steady performance.
Yeah, I liked how they played it as well here. They were extremely smart in their rotations as well when they were dropping here. One thing I really like here, I think in earlier performance here, shots we saw Cobra 2.0 coming into this game. Where shots kind of single-handedly stole the booyah away from two teams, which is secret movement as well as defense. That map here, they've got a total of 12 kills thus far in today's performance here, 4,297 damage here, total points of 23 here. Not the biggest amount of number here, but they have been steadily getting a points here and there. But as of now, they are the team to be watching out for because they've got 2 booyahs in a day, Danny.
Pretty big achievement. We haven't had any teams that actually secured a booyah twice in a day yet. So already for Steady Squad, this is a pretty big thing.
We are kind of looking forward to back-to-back, right?
I think everyone's looking for the back-to-back. Because if you get the back-to-back, that means you manage to get 2 booyahs on 2 different maps.
Wow, that's pretty impressive.
Guaranteed.
That's going to skyrocket in the points as well here. But of course, it is the first week here. Steady Squad going to be, setting their targets at their backs here. We're pretty sure a lot of teams going to be slowly studying their strategy in the following games to come here. However, this is going to be the MVP up on screen here. We haven't talked too much about Views here, but it is going to be Views El Forte. We know Views being hyper aggressive in these situations here, but guess what? He's played 12 matches thus far, and it is going to be 22 kills in total for himself. 13,000 damage done throughout the course of all 12 matches here. That's a 1,000 damage per round average. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, to be fair, 22 kills, clearly you're going to be doing some kind of damage, right? You're not flicking and getting a tiny headshot, you're getting a pretty big headshot. But I'm not surprised with considering that Wheels is such an aggressive team, right? This is probably a very big contributing factor as to why the team actually has such a high kill ratio compared to their positioning, the positional points. Because the team, so far it seems, looking at Will's perspective, that team focuses on kills, which personally I'm a big fan of just because we've seen how important and influential kills are over placement points. So for Wills to sort of play like that, El Forte in particular, he's going to be helping the team do this as well. I'm really, really happy with that.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to see more of stuff from them as well here. Views being one of the most aggressive team here in terms of strategy here. Will they be able to pick up the pace for the following weeks to come here? I'm looking forward to see that. However, ladies and gentlemen, here I know you guys one more games. Unfortunately, here we have to say a little bit of a chill pill here. We're going to see you guys next week later on here. We are going to be having more games right here. Week 2 is going to be on its way here for the Free Fire MCP League stages here. But as of now, I don't know. I want to see more games though.
I think everyone does, but it's okay. It means we get a little bit of a break. We get some time to play some Free Fire as well before we get to sit down and watch the pros play. So if you learned anything from these pros, time to apply it and let us know if it actually works.
Exactly here. Once again here, my name is ICBaby12. That's Dan here. We'll see you guys next week for the second week here. This is it for Free Fire MCP.
They call him the Traveler, a soldier from another world.